answer pretty simple questions about what Secret Service was doing and how it decided to operate on the day that Trump was shot at his rally. And so there was starting to be more Democrats calling for her resignation. And at that point, like, it was just very untenable. So,
Well, we're getting the hook. Thank you so much, Olivia Beavers, congressional correspondent, a congressional reporter for Politico. Make sure you watch her. I'm Morgan Ortegas. Thank you for listening to The Hugh Hewitt Show. I'll be back with you on Friday. Have a wonderful Wednesday. God bless you, and God bless America.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is The Hugh Hewitt Show.
Are you an accomplished individual with capital but struggling to find investments that truly match your financial aspirations? Well, we hear you loud and clear. Welcome to Key City Capital, where we believe wealth is more than just a number. Key City offers passive investments in cash-flowing multifamily properties that can truly fit your portfolio goals and values. We carefully and strategically strive to identify these promising opportunities across a broad array of conservative, landlord-friendly real estate markets to purchase or build for rent communities. We endeavor to grow your wealth while also contributing positively to the cities and communities in which our properties are located.
Call now, 817-912-1569. That's 817-912-1569. Or visit keycitycapital.com/Hugh to schedule your free consultation. That's keycitycapital.com/Hugh. Let Key City Capital work to turn your financial aspirations into reality today.
This is The Hugh Hewitt Show.
If you suffer from chronic pain, listen up. You can get relief from pain in your joints and muscles, fibrosis, nerve pain, and inflammation from a well-known product, Golden Revive Plus from Up Wellness. This advanced, all-natural formula combines 6 powerful anti-inflammatory ingredients, including a proprietary turmeric extract that's 200 times stronger than raw turmeric, all to address the root cause of your pain, reducing scarring, swelling, and tissue damage, using the healing powers of nature to help your body heal itself. Formulated by husband and wife team doctors
I'm
Josh
Chad
and
Pergram with the
Amanda
Speaker's Lobby. A federal judge in Texas recently ruled that a 156-year-old ban on home distilling may have exceeded Congress's taxing power, and it runs afoul of the Constitution. The Hobby Distillers Association sued, hoping to legalize the ability of people to distill whiskey and bourbon in their homes for personal consumption. The Justice Department defended the prohibition from the suit filed by the Hobby Group against the Alcohol and Tobacco Tax and Trade Bureau. That's a division of the U.S. Department of the Treasury. Pittman said that while 3 of the individual plaintiffs had failed to establish that they faced a credible threat of being prosecuted without an injunction, the group and one of its members had carried their burden of establishing they would be harmed if the ban was enforced. Association member Scott McNutt received an unsolicited letter from the Bureau notifying him that he faced potential civil and criminal liability. The DOJ argued the ban was a valid measure designed by Congress to protect the substantial revenue the government raises from taxing distilled spirits by limiting where plants could be located. With the Speaker's Lobby, Chad Pergram, Fox.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
Breaking a tie with Winston Churchill. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is the first world leader to address a joint meeting of Congress 4 times. Invited today to talk about the war against Hamas that's caused a humanitarian crisis in Gaza.
Today, as Israel fights on the front line of civilization, I too appeal to America. Give us the tools faster, and we'll finish the job faster.
Thousands of protesters were outside the Capitol, some hit with pepper spray by police, and dozens of Democrats skipped the speech. Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib was there and held up a sign saying war criminal. FBI Director Chris Wray testifies at the 3rd House hearing in 3 days about the attempt to kill former President Trump.
I want to assure you and the American people that the men and women of the FBI will continue to work tirelessly to get to the bottom of what happened.
There's still no clear motive, that the shooter flew a drone over the site that day and had looked up how far away was Oswald from Kennedy the day he registered to attend the rally in Butler, Pennsylvania. President Biden addresses the nation at 8 p.m. Eastern about his decision to end his re-election campaign and endorse his vice president.
After a trip to Milwaukee Tuesday, presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Vice President Kamala Harris holding brief remarks in Indianapolis at the historically black Zeta Phi Beta sororities biennial convention on topics that include abortion, gun control, and President Biden's national White House address tonight.
He will talk about not only the work, the extraordinary work that he has accomplished, but about his work in the next 6 months.
Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
On Wall Street, the Dow's down more than 500 points. The Nasdaq's fallen more than 3%. Tech stocks falling after disappointing earnings reports from Tesla and Google's parent company Alphabet. Google's problem's been YouTube advertising lower than expected. America's listening to Fox News.
At APL, their expertise and extensive work can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit gta.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
The FAA and union leaders reach an agreement on new rules for air traffic controllers.
The agreement will help with air traffic controller staffing shortages by guaranteeing at least 10 hours of rest between shifts. The current standard is 8 or 9 hour breaks. For midnight shifts, the minimum off-duty break will be 12 hours. The new rules address controller fatigue, which FAA leaders say is a safety issue. National Air Traffic Controllers Association President Rich Santa said it's a concern the union has had for years. The FAA says it is at least 3,000 controllers short of what is needed nationally, leading to 6-day work weeks and high overtime at many airports. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
The discovery of a dead newborn in a trash bin outside a home in Woodland Hills, California is being investigated as a homicide. Police went to that home after a woman showed up at a hospital with extensive bleeding and was determined to have just given birth. Tomorrow's day 4 of 5 days of war drills for Taiwan's military.
Taiwan's 40th annual Hunkwang exercises are underway. These are war drills aimed at preparing troops for a potential invasion by China. The government here says it's not about defeating China if it came to it, but rather bolstering its defenses enough that any invasion would seem too costly to Beijing. Today is the 3rd day of these military drills, and Taiwanese troops opened fire on a mock invasion force approaching the island using American weaponry. The current typhoon here has forced much of the island to a standstill, but these war drills are still underway. In Taipei, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
The Olympics opening ceremony in Paris is Friday. There are soccer and rugby matches already today. The U.S. men's soccer team's playing France now. Morocco beat Argentina 2-1, and Morocco fans crashed the field to protest a late goal by Argentina that ended up being disallowed. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Half a day and good morning, Guam at 6:06 on Thursday, July 25. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. In Sinahanya, 28-year-old Robert Atinimwar, also known as Atinimwar Robert, is accused of assaulting a woman and setting her home on fire. Police say the incident occurred at a Gura unit, bringing a special allegation of committing a crime against the community. The woman, who had visible injuries, told police Atinimwar struck her during an argument and later found her curtains on fire. She said she tried to extinguish the fire but couldn't. Atinimwar admitted to punching her but claimed he left before the fire started. He was found with a torch lighter in his pocket. If convicted, he could face up to 21 years in prison. Meanwhile, Giltina Ramangmo took the stand in her defense yesterday in Superior Court. She's accused of murdering her 1-year-old son. She insisted she loved all 6 of her children and denied harming her son. Ramangmo described hearing a thump when her son fell from his crib, stating there was no visible injury. She applied ice and allowed him to play with his siblings. The former medical examiner testified the child showed signs of malnutrition and abuse. Witnesses described Ramangmo as a caring mother, noting the children often roughhoused, causing accidents. The trial resumes this morning. We'll have more news after this.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Senator Tello Taitigui announced that landowners near Anderson Air Force Base will receive compensation for temporarily vacating their properties during missile defense tests. The tests, set to start in December, will occur between 6 in the evening and 6 in the morning, with up to 2 exercises annually over the next decade. A list of affected landowners will be provided to lawmakers, and compensation will be paid within 60 days after testing. Landowners refusing to leave must sign a waiver. An open house to discuss the environmental impact is scheduled for today at the Dedido Community Senior Center from 5 to 8. The public comment period ends on the 2nd of August. And the SNP clinic at the Agate Mayor's office will end earlier than expected. Originally set to run until the 1st, the clinic will now conclude on July 29 due to low appointment bookings. The clinic charges $50 per surgery and can handle 50 surgeries a day by appointment only. SNAP benefit recipients can qualify for free surgeries through the SPPC surgery sponsorship program. Rabies vaccinations and e-collars are available at an additional cost. Interested pet owners can book appointments at snipclinicguam.com. The clinic welcomes dogs and cats, and volunteers can also sign up through the same website. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with the weather.
Is that a final decision? I mean, is it possible that you talk about it on the radio for a couple of days and do a couple of interviews that maybe we'll fill in those gaps and get those people, dogs, because apparently it's having an impact. There's some people noting that there are fewer stray dogs in the village.
Well, who knows? Maybe they already kind of blocked themselves off for those dates.
They're delicious. They are. I've got to say, it's the first thing that pops into my head. People are poor.
Price of groceries.
Right there.
Come on.
There's protein. You are a sick man. It's 10 after 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm a sick man, too. It's all right. Mostly cloudy with highs today near 88 degrees. East winds 7 to 9 miles an hour. There's scattered showers and thunderstorms. Wet road conditions right now. Most of the way from where I live all the way to over where I work, there was wet road conditions. And it's the annoying kind of rain. It's like not enough to turn the windshield wipers on all the way, but kind of not enough to experiment with your INT settings to figure out which ones are going to work. Yeah. Scattered showers and thunderstorms. thunderstorms in the forecast tonight. Mostly cloudy with overnight lows of about 78 degrees. East-southeast winds 7 to 13 miles an hour. That's what we got for you today. Looks like it's going to be the same thing for tomorrow. Scattered showers and thunderstorms remain over the forecast area. Mostly cloudy skies as well, with daytime highs near 88 tomorrow and overnight lows tomorrow night of about 78 degrees. Doesn't look like it's going to be clearing up too much until it gets to be Saturday. Oh, by the way, the weather I just gave you, the weather forecast I just gave you for tomorrow.
Yeah.
What's tomorrow, Real Joe?
It's Friday.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Saturday's forecast calls for mostly cloudy skies. Highs near 86 degrees and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. With a heat index, it'll feel like 94 today. 50% chance of rain. Rip current hazardous surf warnings are in effect. What are the chances that there's going to be a blowout tonight over at the GMA's congressional delegate debate? Not forum, but a debate. What do you think?
Standing room only.
I got that feeling. Rip currents and hazardous surf warnings, possibly tears tonight. We'll see what happens. Sunrise this morning was at 6:04. Got some pictures from Pirates Cove on the eastern side of the island. It started looking like it was a little bit gloomy out there, but eventually the sun did come out and is going to lead us into a great-looking Thursday. Sunset tonight should be about 6:51. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together. Brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific now for 70 years.
The 2024 election season is in full swing. You see the signs and the bumper stickers. You see and hear the ads like this one. You see the issues facing.
Paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes, and in any of our community offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Thanks so much. 613 Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Fashion girls, how you doing? What's up? What's up? Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, like I normally am. I'm always crazy to be here in the morning. Wake up extra early. You know, I'm up way before the clock because I wake up a little bit, early, and I start letting thoughts roll around in my head. What is it going to be today? What's the big deal going to be? Is there going to be another one of these hot interviews? Is there going to be some crazy fun that we're going to have? Will I get emails from people later on in the day, just completely out of the blue, saying, "Oh my God, you were great this morning"? Well, not that it happened. Not that happens, but
you were amazing all night.
You were terrific. We interviewed a bunch of folks from San Diego yesterday, and one of them shot me back and said, "My God, you're great, hilarious. When can we do that again?" I'm like,
San Diego tomorrows.
Come on back anytime you like. Anytime. I just, there was a part of me though that I wanted to say, "Wow, I'm glad that you guys are back." Hey, do you guys have as many homeless and abandoned vehicles on the side of the roads as we do here? Sorry about all the litter and the graffiti and stuff. We'll try to clean up a little bit better when we know we got family coming in. We know we got more family coming in. Maybe a little bit more work to clean things up and make Guam even better looking than it is right now. There's a new piece of legislation that is going to try to move the Department of Parks and Recreation in that direction. Something on the order of $5 million that they want to give Angel Sablan.
Give him 10
to enhance things. Now that would be on top of the $5 million that has already been set aside to fix the Agana swimming pool.
Oh, nice!
I believe. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah.
The government moves in mysterious ways, and maybe somebody's going to actually say that. Maybe somebody over at BBMR would say, "You don't need to give him $5 million. He's already got $5 million. You think it's going to cost $5 million to fix the swimming pool?" Come on, you build a house.
We'll give them my share then.
Yeah, a whole big building for $5 billion. Anyway, so there's a bunch of stuff in the table of contents, and I didn't have much of a table of contents until Real Joe passed by someplace and bought me an actual newspaper. It is true.
Yeah.
A Guam Daily Post in my...
$30 a paper now.
There's that newspaper smell. They're using the good ink, I can tell.
That's not Paco Rabanne.
Wow, Guam Daily Post, couple of big stories there. Local leaders meet with military at the Missile Defense Open House. John O'Connor, come on, John O'Connor from the Guam Daily Post.
Wow,
you
open
know
house?
better. You know better. They're not our leaders. There is not one person here that is qualified or capable to lead anything out of a paper bag. They are our representatives. We give them that when we give up our precious vote that they humbly ask for.
That's what the aliens say when they come.
Yeah. So, take me to your leaders.
Representative.
We don't have any here, sorry. Anyway, so local representatives, that should be the headline, meet with military at Missile Defense Open House. Another one here about Gov Guam wants oral arguments. Receiver says it can't be sued without the courts okay. So it looks like it's going to be a little bit more work over at District Court a little bit later on. And then the other usual stuff. I was pleased to flip all the way through the newspaper and see all kinds of interesting ads here, like this one. Carl Gutierrez endorses Ginger Cruz for Congress. That's not a news story; it's an ad. Just FYI.
Oh, it is. I think we broke that news yesterday.
And then we did.
Yeah.
Yep. With the graphic and everything. We got a note here about $1,500 going to Guam animals in need, and there's a picture of Allie Hadley, who doesn't come to the radio station as much as I'd like her to. Just saying, Joe.
Yeah,
just saying, Mr. Producer.
We'll work on that, man.
And then you all the way, you go about where the double truck is, by absolute middle of the newspaper, and I have not had my hands on one of these in a long time. It's an actual printed Sudoku. It is. When
you better cut it out, man.
No,
and
dude,
hang it up on the wall.
I can't. It's difficulty number 3. I'm only good at difficulty number 1. And on a really, really good sharp Ray Gibson day, difficulty number 2. But, you get into 3s, and I start feeling like I need to have someone like Donna around here to help me with the mathematics and keep all the lines in a row.
Asian.
But it brought back...
I'm sorry.
They're great at math, bad drivers. But anyway, it brought back, it triggered back some almost misty. It's been enough time now, so that they're misty memories of my jury duty days, of my days on the grand jury. They said it was okay. You could bring, if you wanted to, you could bring books. You could bring no laptops,
no pictures,
no iPhones. They made you put that away. They even made me take off my smartwatch every once in a while, like I'd be getting secret messages from somebody, or otherwise be forced to pay attention to what was being said in the grand jury meeting. They even said, you know what, go ahead and sleep if you want to.
Ooh,
yeah. Just don't make any trouble, and everything will be all right. And so there were times. Virtually every time I was in the grand jury, that we would be confronted with a number of cases that the best thing I can say about them was that they were boring. And so I would take the Sudoku. I'd take the Sudoku out of the Guam Daily Post, and at the time they were still printing the Pacific Daily News, and I would keep a stack of them. I'd take a week's worth with me every time, and that way, if things got boring, as they always did in the grand jury in all of these sessions, then I could do my Sudoku.
Nice, Ray.
What?
Justice.
That's how I earned my $30 the grand jury day. Yeah. That's how I did. So I got unbelievably decent at Sudoku. But even as I said, on the days where they came out with Sudoku number 3, those were tough, and it required me to pay extra attention to what was going on in the Sudoku as opposed to what's going on in the courts. And to those of you that may be of the opinion that maybe while I was chasing a Sudoku perfect score, I might have been letting ne'er-do-wells and criminals and thugs off the hook, which is not the case. Not the case. Whether I listened or not, I'd return to true bill for every single one of these guys, every single one of these stories that we were told. Well, the rule was, we'll let the guys in the pettit jury figure that out. If the Attorney General takes this all the way to the courts, then we'll let these guys figure it out. For heaven's sakes, I've got another. So we had a guy that played chess. we had a guy that was playing chess in the place. Yeah. We had to move him to the back because we didn't want any of the witnesses to see that there was somebody that was completely unengaged from the grand jury process. Did I tell you the other day I got an envelope from the court?
Oh, no, Ray.
I got an envelope from the court wanting to know.
You're getting deported.
Yeah, wanting to know if I wanted to do jury duty again.
Yeah.
No, it was.
Accept?
No, I did not, because it hasn't been 2 years.
Okay.
It hasn't been 2 years since my last jury, so I'm asking for an exemption, and hopefully I will be able to get exempted until I'm 65 and no longer required to go to jury duty. Still got a couple of years that I've got to get out from under me. Maybe a couple of voir dires where I get up and say they're all guilty. Let God figure it out. Which, as it turns out, is not necessarily a good way to get you off of jury duty, because sometimes the judge that's in charge of the voir dire is thinking exactly in the same direction. Anyway, 21 after, what time is it? 21 after 6 in the morning?
Yeah.
On the Ray Gibson Show? You're going to hate me. I've been so busy doing something else. I've completely forgot to open up the thing and find out where we are and who's number one on what list and all of that stuff. It might take me a couple of seconds to figure out where's that live feed, Real Joe. It's in there?
Which one?
Facebook
It's gotta
Live.
be there, man.
I know we're on. I put us on. I know the thing is working. There it is. Rico Blancaflor shared the video. Is it today? All right. Yes, it is today. Still not Friday is what it says.
Good morning.
Yeah, okay, that's me. That's definitely me. I recognize my voice. 888-8255. 888-TALK is the telephone number. So I'm getting to this late, as you can see, which means that I'm not going to be able to get to whoever it was that wrote in first. So you might need to come back in and let me know that you're there with a spiffy comment of one kind or another that will help keep us occupied as we make our way through the day. As I said, a couple items in the table of contents, besides the fact that I have a newspaper with a Condition 3 Sudoku on the inside of it. There's some other interesting news floating around. Are you paying any attention to the Olympics in Paris?
Of course I am.
It hasn't even started yet.
One of our dudes is out there, I think.
You know, no, wait, I know we got people out there. You know who's going out to Paris?
We got people on the...
Nick Delgado from KUAM.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to be in Paris for the thing. But you know who else is going to be there?
Putty.
No. You know,
Josh Tenorio.
If I had to go someplace, I'd go to the Philippines. And bucket brigade all of that rainwater out of Manila. I did check with all the people.
High
I know
water
and love.
pants, hell yeah,
dude, everywhere. Dog and shorts.
I'd do it.
But anyway, all of my peeps, everybody I know and love in Manila are okay. Happy to hear that, and maybe if I'm very, very lucky, see them very soon. Anyway, 6:23. Snoop Dogg is going to be at.
Word?
Snoop Dogg is
on
going
God?
one of the most recognizable aspects of the Olympics is the torch relay from Greece to the site of the games. And this year, there will be a very recognizable figure carrying the flame towards its final destination near Paris.
Is he going to crip walk?
I'd love to see that.
Yeah.
According to San Denis Mayor Matthew Hamilton, hip-hop veteran Snoop Dogg is on board to serve as a torchbearer for the last stretch of the relay.
That's huge.
Will he spark it up as he's putting the torch?
I'm sure he
will.
will.
He, just one time,
Martha Stewart following him.
Just light this thing up, light this puppy up here. Okay, now you can have your flame. Thank you very much. You want more of his commentary? He's also going to be providing commentary through the games. He'll be part of NBC's coverage of the summer games. Snoop Dogg.
Wow, yippee, oh, yippee.
Unbelievable. Can he rap? Can he do sports? That, in my mind, is kind of amazing. But, these are amazing times that we live in, are they not? Was there any new information, any new stories coming out about Kamala and Biden and all of that? He's supposed to be addressing the nation, I think, today. Today,
that's
Guam.
Going to be swell.
Yeah, but so
I'll clear my schedule.
There's already these really, really cool AI memes that are floating around where he's giving all of the other Democrats a hard time for kicking them out. Those are great. Unfortunately, you can kind of tell they're AI, but they're getting really good at it. Anyway, 6:25 in the morning. These are not AI people that we've got online here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Isn't that nice? 6:26 in the morning. Yeah, it's true. Everybody does know everybody's name. It's like the Bank of Guam on a payday Friday. Just kind of walk in there and you can have a half-hour conversation with 10 or 15 people if you wanted to. Randy Landis is showing up. This is the app of record on Facebook today. Randy Landis is...
Randy.
I'm sure he's not first because I got to it late.
Macho Man Randy.
Like 20 minutes or something like that. Sorry, bros. Bunker Mano says, puff, puff, pass. I got Scott K. Armstrong saying good morning to all of us here in the point. Stephen Liz says...
Amagwin.
How come only 2 candidates at the Democratic congressional debate? What happened to the third candidate, Amanda?
Wow.
She declined. Yeah. You don't have to say anything. You just say, do you want to come? And she said, nope. And that's it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know if they can have an empty podium. I mean, if it was me, I'm just the MC.
A silhouette.
I'm not
we'll
the
put
moderator.
A silhouette up there.
Yeah. And every once
that poster where she's waving, poster.
Yeah. This could have been you.
It's one of those, yeah. But if it was me, I'd say, we made it. And it was supposed to be all 4 of them. I think Jimmy's back in
that
in
would have
D.C.
been tight. Yeah.
What's that?
That would have been cool.
Yeah, but Jimmy doesn't have to. I mean, I can't give Jimmy a hard time for not showing up to a congressional debate because I didn't give Trump a hard time for not showing up to the presidential debates.
True.
Why would you go in the preseason? You've got a free pass to the general election.
As a distraction.
And why would you want to go in there and like Trump, he would
bright
be
red suit.
Yeah, he would be the guy. He would be the target. Mike would go after him. Ginger would go after him. Amanda would show up to go after Jimmy on this. So there's no point to Jimmy taking any political risk of his righteous incumbent capital in all that. So I mean that kind of makes sense. Amanda, on the other hand, is kind of new to the congressional conversation. I mean, run for senator, yeah, she's probably a shoo-in for something like that. But this is a whole different game. This is a whole different arena here, and the competition is tough between Mike and Ginger in there. So maybe a reason would have been good. I don't know. I got a hangnail. Cannot go. Hangnail. my eyelash lady's out of town. I couldn't possibly make it to that. Anyway, Randy Landis talking about Sudoku justice. Bro, it's a real thing. Look it up. Andy Terlahi online. Let me see. Ginger's advertisements revolve around federal funds. Sounds truly dependent on the colonizers. Andy, all of them organizations. It's the colonizers. The whole game of Congress. Do you think that they're going into Congress to go out there and do statesman-like things? My dear Speaker, I stand in support of my good colleague from Guam's endeavor to establish more justice for whatever. It's all the same game since we got the Loyalty Act taken care of. It's all basically the same game. All of our people that go to the House are there to try to make sure that as we build the budget, we include money for the states and the territories.
Sir.
That's it anymore. I mean, I'm trying to think if there's anything else that needs to get done, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to, as measured in U.S. dollars, how successful has Jimmy Moylan been? How successful was Mike St. Nicholas been? And knowing what she knows about how the money flows around Washington, D.C., how will Ginger be able to make sure that big fat pipe of money out of Washington that only goes in one direction.
Umbilical cord?
It only goes in one direction. And that's the job, is to make sure that as much money as possible comes out from there. And anybody that disagrees with that, I'm up for a debate. Let me see. Dave Stickles online.
Sticks.
Good morning, Point family in Hafa de Guam. Big man Rico Blancaflor, Magandang Umaga, Point
Baba
Familia.
Yaga.
Baba Yaga, you check on your Manila peeps. Make sure that your favorite golf courses aren't flooded, bro.
Uh-oh.
Bunker Mano says, use chicken in the sentence. My wife asked me to go shopping with. I said, okay, then changed my mind, so chicken go by herself. Okay,
That's a Mexican joke,
doing
bro.
now would dictate. Big man Rico Blancaflor, Caitlin Clark snub for Olympics is the reason why I won't watch. We like Caitlin, don't we? Let me see. There's Stephen Liz Ismael Velez, FBI director, said that the shooter researched JFK's assassination the day he registered to attend the rally. He said they still don't know why he targeted Trump. Maybe he's not paying attention to the videos of the guys shouting profanity about Trump. Maybe they should stop displaying his 8th grade picture and displays his more recent social media photos of the shooter. Yeah, I have not seen a whole lot of the latest and greatest pictures of that weirdo, but I don't know. I'm 99% convinced that I'm sure he was not acting alone, and I'm sure that there was some kind of collusion there with some outside agency to cause for that particular assassination attempt. Here, what have we got? BLM and AOC are anti-Kamala. Yeah, I noticed that. BLM, of all people, it caused the burning down of a variety of cities. Just a few short years ago, are now saying that Kamala is not fit to represent the Democrat Party of Guam because they didn't actually do democracy when they put her where she is on the ticket. I thought that was kind of interesting. I wonder if they'll go protest. I wonder if they'll meet up with the Antifa and the pro-Palestinian people out in Washington, D.C. Do you see the video on that?
No.
They pulled down the American flags and replaced them with the Palestinian flag. And I'm wondering, where the hell are the police to say, you know what, you kids got to go home. And they're being bussed in. It's not like, just some like random gathering. Everybody's showing up in their hippie VW vans or something like that.
Brought to you by somebody.
Exactly. Where's that Soros family here? Let me see. Jerome McDonald online. I discovered J.D. Vance is actually a Freemason, and that's the reason why Trump nominated Vance as VP. Of course, Trump is not a Freemason, nor JFK and his Robert Kennedy, and former President Nixon not a Freemason. So go figure.
Oh wow, the Illuminati.
Wow, yeah. This is getting we're getting really, really deep here this morning. Joey Kitatu is online. There's F. Ramos, Nate Horn, Bunkerman. Oh, like I said, Ginger and Mike will kung fu her and I. Not everybody was kung fu fighting. Just thought you'd be interested. As Auntie Bennett says, vote for change. Republicans all the way except Fisher. So Ron McNitch, I guess, took a swipe at Fisher, calling him the FOIA clown.
Oh, yes.
And then
Lord,
Fisher had
Lord
an editorial, I don't know, maybe embracing the FOIA clown thing, but he took a couple of swipes at Tello Taitui and Ron McNitch at the same time.
Ouch.
Yeah. It's interesting, Tello and Fisher in the same Republican Party, but it doesn't seem like they seem to share the same values. Anyway, so Ron McNitch this morning in the PDN has a response to it, and it basically says something like, what is it? I'm typing slow because I know that Tom Fisher will be reading this. That's how you know you have condescension in you when you pick up the phone and you're talking to somebody and you purposely slow your speaking to them because you think they're too dumb to listen to you in real time. Where are we, Steve? Michael Jordan McCleary, if nobody loves you, you can love yourself. Amen to that, bro. Dave Herrera, our numbers are climbing because number one, Biba Team Ray Gibson Show, eyelashes and a hangnail. Too funny, Ray Gibson says, Sarita. But, hey, come on, there's always an excuse for not being able to show up to something. I'm sorry, I wasn't able to book a thing with my hairdresser. Peter Santos is online. Of course, he wasn't acting alone. Too obvious. Common sense really is an endangered trait nowadays. Sad. Big Sister Shelley Gibson online. Oh, too bad. Truth hurts. Big man Rico Fisher and Tello sitting on a tree. Don't get us started on that one, bro.
Come on now.
What's on the YouTube side? Who's hanging out over here? Tommy Napati saying, good morning, Ray, Zoe, and Donna. There's Tattoo Sean Gumatau. Good morning from Telefofo. He's got to be awake early to make sure that we run all of the commercials that he's got on the radio station asking for your vote. Says, Havaday, don't forget, vote responsibly, says Stephen Amagwin. Big man Rico lurking on this side as well with Auntie Bennett, Lohan Duenas. There's Lisa Greeno with this morning's instructions. Made it to the point for another interesting, fun-filled, professional, productive, and informative day with The Point. This Thursday, woot woot, enjoy. All right, that's our plan. I'll work through some of the details, make sure that all happens. Jane R. is online saying, good morning, Ray, Joe, and Donna. We got a smiley emoji and 3 rainbow emojis.
That's a triple rainbow. You know what that means, Ray?
What was gay? Super gay. And then super gay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I saw the same meme. MPO goes there. Vern Bates. Hey, Vern, good to see you there. Steve, Luis Hortilioso, SP Borja, hanging out. Bad Boys 671 Barbecue on the YouTube side. There's Pete Apu, far from home, and we've got the APB out for TIG. That's Tigo Biddies. We'll see how all of that works. Anyway, 6:35. I got to everything late, so it's not like a long list of names that I got to read to you. But like I said, if I missed you and you've been watching since 6:01, then I'll try to get back to you.
Welcome to the channel.
James Bondo, Peter Santos says, Ray is not Illuminati. He's just naughty. Hey, bro, you see me there. Simon Sanchez says, have a great point per million. Heading to beautiful CNMI. Oh, man. Dude, the
$3,000 trip.
Will you be there for the beef, beer, and bands party that Glenn Hunter and I were talking
Tinian
about
Festival?
yesterday? Yeah. Big thing is coming up. HBSS007. New name on the YouTube side. Good to have you online. Do me a favor, like, follow, share. You might be looking at some of the numbers on whatever it is that you're looking at, and that's kind of par for the course. Summertime, and a lot of people are off doing other things. Have you thought about going on vacation? Any kind of a trip? I know the answer because your answer is the same as mine. Are you going anywhere? Can't afford to go anywhere. I don't have enough money to get out of sight.
Trap.
I'm
Quiet life of desperation.
Exactly. But I know there's a story. There's a story about your vacation, dream vacation, based on your zodiacal sign. I am a Taurus.
Oh, here we go.
Says I prefer a place that's warm, pleasant, and comfortable. Just like I like my people. Warm, pleasant, and comfortable. Which one are you?
Sounds like Bali. I'm an Aries.
Oh, Aries. Okay. Prefer any place that's hot.
Really?
With Steve Love.
Yes.
In hell. All right. Donna D is a Virgo. Virgos. This is totally.
That's why. That explains everything, man.
Everything now.
Jeez.
I wish I'd have known that when we hired you. Virgos like home sweet home. Yeah. That's her. Okay. Catch up on housework and lawn and garden chores. You just never take out the house. Donna likes to stay at home and just work and be a productive human being. All right. So you might be wondering about everybody else. Geminis.
Oh, God.
Like high places where you can see for miles around. Fort Apugan. Cancers should go to any place near the ocean.
Yeah.
Leos prefer exciting cities in warm places. You can figure out which ones those are.
Fun.
Libras go for beautiful cities, churches, museums, and restaurants. Okay, Scorpions prefer hidden places near the water, so they can do naughty things in the hidden places. Scorpios rock.
I love them Scorpios, man.
Sagittarii are partial to sultry tropical islands with loads of discos.
Oh, my God.
Capricorn.
I miss you.
Capricorns like old country villages with a history. Aquarians go for remote mountain areas, but they always come back. Just go already. What else is there? Pisces. Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Noisy ones.
Help!
Prefer places associated with spiritual traditions. India, Egypt, Israel, Ireland. They-do. That's where Pisces like to end up going.
Beach.
I hope I've helped narrow things down.
God, you hurt me,
what
man.
do you do here when you're like you want to go someplace like super exciting and you're married to a Virgo that just wants to stay home? He says, "What do you want to do today?" Nothing.
Separate vacations.
I want to enjoy my rent. I work 40 hours a week to pay the rent and the groceries. I want to sit around the house and enjoy it for a while. There you go. Hey, we got to jump into some news and weather with our favorite Virgo here. Find out what the absolute latest is. I might see if I can scare up a couple of other interesting stories for you. In the meantime, Donna, what's going on?
The Supreme Court has referred AG Doug Moylan to the Office of Regulation Counsel for investigation. This follows a petition from former Public Health Director Arthur St. Augustine, who challenged judicial decisions and claimed bias due to Moylan's use of Judge Alberto Lamarana's name in campaign materials. The court found no endorsement from Lamarana and clarified procedures for recusal challenges, noting potential issues with Moylan's adherence to conduct rules. And the online portal for Guam ID and driver's license renewals is temporarily down while the issue is being fixed. Other services are unaffected. Appointments can be scheduled online at myid.guam.gov, or applications can be mailed or dropped off at Reventax in Barragata. For more information, call 635-1840 or email pinadmin@revtax.guam.gov. And UOG has earned an 8-year WASC accreditation. Commendations include stable leadership, student support, and an integration of island wisdom. The accreditation process highlighted areas for growth, such as student services and online learning expansion. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, 6:41 in the morning, and I don't know how to handle this. I got this from Joe, who got it from the 37th Guam Legislature.
From
Is this
me?
Joe? Is this Joe?
Oh, I don't know. Man.
There's 1,000 Joe
No,
Cruzes,
yeah. Thanks,
but this particular Joe Cruz sent me a thing that talks about it shows the record of bills introduced versus bills passed over in the 37th Guam Legislature, and so I'm of two minds on this. There's a mind number one that says, oh, thank God. Thank God that the number of measures that have passed over at the legislature is still relatively
minimal
small.
damage.
Yeah, minimal damage with the number of bills that have been passed.
Collateral damage.
And then there's the other one where I'm just sitting there going, what the hell am I paying for? I thought we were to get the best and brightest of our representatives go out there and introduce all these measures to make life better for us. So I kind of look at it, and I'm trying to, as I said, I'm two minds of the things. At number one on the list, I'll put it up on the screen so you can see. Where'd you find this, by the way? Where do you think Joe Cruz found this?
I don't know, man. Anonymously.
Says the 37th Guam Legislature corrected report card, it says. At number one is Speaker Therese Terlahi. She has introduced 42 bills, and exactly half of them have passed. And there's some interesting measures that she has. I suppose. So Will Parkinson has introduced 46 bills, with 18 passing, including 3 pretty solid ones that came out of this last session that they had. Sabina Paris, 36 measures introduced and only 17 passed. Chris Barnett has introduced 24 measures. Only 10 of his have passed. Joe S. St. Augustine, 25 with 9 passes. Roy Canetta, 24 bills introduced with, 8 passing. Tello Taitagui, 11, and 7 bills have passed. D. Wayne St. Nicholas has introduced 16 bills, of which 6 have passed. Jess Lujan, 10 bills introduced, 5 passes. Amanda Shelton, 11 bills introduced, 4 passes. Frank Blas Jr., 9 introductions, 3 passages. We've got Governor Lulian Guerrero. She's in the mix as well. Through the Committee on Rules, 8 measures introduced, 2 passing. Tina Rosemunia Barnes, 16 bills passed. 16 bills introduced, only 2 passed. Chris Duenas, 5 bills introduced, 2 passages. We've got the Guam Youth Congress. Oh, thank God. Only 2 bills passed that have been introduced by them. Tom Fisher, with 11 measures introduced and only 1 bill passing.
Maximum effort.
The Youth Congress made more moves than Fisher did in this case. Joanne Brown with 4 bills introduced, but only 1 bill passing. So she got beat by her own Youth Congress as well. So kind of interesting.
Way to go.
So what are your thoughts? I mean, is that feel like it's par for the course? The number of bills introduced and then the number of bills that have been passed by the legislature. Does it make you feel any better that how do I want to say this? That damage has been minimal. Any of the damage that has come from the 37th Guam Legislature has been minimal. With a number of very very high visibility vetoes from the governor's office. Maybe that's why the numbers for some of these guys are also kind of low. That is kind of a little bit of a report card. You tell me what you think. 888-825-5888-TALK. It's 6:45. We'll be right back.
Governor Joseph Ada.
One of the major concerns that our people are very interested in is the status of our health care. The costs keep rising. People still have to go outside of Guam for medical treatment and so forth. I think I see in her a brand new type of leadership, one with commitment, with passion, and making sure that the health needs of our people are taken care of. Please vote for Sabrina Salas Matanami for Senator.
I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I approve this message.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
What he says, because he's so enthusiastic about it, that Joe Cruz. Why aren't you doing everybody's phone messages? Thank you for calling. Thank you for calling the Micronesia Mall. You want to talk to the boss? I'm the boss, but I'll let you talk to the other boss here. Thank you. Press 1 for Gigi. Anyway, 6:46 in the morning. Quick look at what's going on in the roadways. Nothing. I don't see anything happening. It's very, very quiet from Gigo all the way through Dededo, Upper Tumon to morning. It's just intersection traffic. That's all that's going to slow you down right now. Looks like the biggest amount of traffic that I'm seeing, bigger slowdown on the screen. I'll see if I can zoom into on this. Looks like it's coming in from in between Ordot and Sinahanya. Usually traffic starts to get a little bit busy close to the gas stations, but usually that's later in the morning. Odd to see this kind of build up around 6:46. Might be an accident in the area. Drive to the conditions out there. That Toat area, where the bridge is, unbelievably dangerous. I mean, it's one of those places you don't take your hands off the wheel or eyes off the road because cars will routinely flip over there for no good reason. Just be on the lookout through that. Tiny bit of traffic, intersection traffic over at the intersection of 8, 10, and 16. But otherwise, it looks like it's going to be smooth going. Rainy conditions, so be careful in your roadways. 6:47, General Moylan, next.
Get ready for a healthy dose of community fun. Join us at GRMC's 9th Anniversary Health Fair, July 27th from 10 a.m. to 3 at Micronesia Mall's Center Court. Meet GRMC's specialty providers and their teams. Get your free vitals and enter to win great raffle prizes, including the grand prize, a round trip from Guam to Manila, economy class tickets on Philippine Airlines, courtesy of Goodwin Travel. Mark your calendars and join us on July 27th for a day of wellness and giveaways at GRMC's 9th Anniversary Health Fair. See you there.
You know, life shouldn't be this hard for those who live here. I have a vision for lower prices on airfare, more affordable housing, better health care, and moving veteran services from Hawaii to Guam. I will get Guam a role in the economic expansion in the Asian Pacific. With more federal support for infrastructure, a 100% screen to stop illegal drugs, and new high-paying jobs, we can turn Guam's unique position into lasting prosperity. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
The jeepney is underwater. On screen right now, if you're watching, this is where Big Man Rico's got an aunt that lives in this part of Quezon City. And they're experiencing floodwaters. It looks like not as deep as I've seen. I've seen a couple of other images, places that I can recognize in Manila.
Yeah,
that people are walking around and literally the water's up to their thighs.
Yeah.
No, we got to do something about all of that stuff. And it does not look good. The waters will eventually recede, but it's a massive storm. It's going to be like a Texas-sized storm, and so it's dragging a lot of weather over the Philippines as it's making its way up to Taiwan. So prayers for everybody up in those parts of the Asia hood. 6:48 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Got General Doug Moylan on the line.
Doug Moylan, he's the toughest agent on crime. Doug Moylan.
Yo, what's up, General Moylan? Good to have you online. I've been trying not to bug you all week, but there's just too many stories that I think need a little bit of perspective from the Eagle's Nest. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Ray.
Story number one, and it came from the magistrate report. We'll just kind of summarize the story. It's details in the story about a fellow named Joel San Nicolas, Franklin Joel San Nicolas, alleged now to have been involved with all kinds of school thefts and the warehouse theft that is alleged to have netted him about almost $35,000 worth of things like chainsaws, sledgehammers, pallet jacks, boxes, all kinds of other stuff that he is believed to be an accomplice in. And the up and down on this one here is clearly we've got an interesting case that involves stealing from a school. Now, he has been arrested and charged with burglary, theft of property. Are there additional charges that can be applied in this case because the object of the burglary and the theft was a public school?
there might be a crime against the community there, and this is just the magistrate, so it'll be reviewed further especially as the discovery continues to come into the AG's office from GPD. So it might be, I'm thinking theft against or a crime against the community. But yeah, it's Judge Cison, I believe, yesterday committed the individual $5,000 cash bail. I'll have to check it also to see if this person was on pretrial release. But
pretty gigantic odds that there's a familiarity between him and the criminal justice system. Although I will state, usually if I'm curious about whether somebody's got priors, I check to see if they've got aliases or different date of births. But this guy, Franklin Joel St. Nicholas, just listed with that one name and one birthday. So that's it. Oh, his birthday's coming up. Birthday's coming. He gets that birthday in jail. Is there anything special that you guys do at the Attorney General's office when you got somebody's got a birthday coming up in jail?
I'm sure he'll have a friend there that'll want to wish him a happy birthday.
Because it seems to me that, and the point of the question is, it seems to me that this is not the first guy, and this is not the first time we've had schools busted into and all kinds of stuff stolen. It seems to me that there has been legislation that has been introduced and passed that would provide for additional penalties because, as you say, a crime against the community. I don't know if that would come with a whole lot of additional time attached to it, but I sure would like to see some other something added to this to make it clear that we will not stand for people breaking into the schools. Our kids are dumb enough as it is. We don't need any more strikes against them.
Well, Ray, we've seen too many of these, from the minors to the adults breaking into the schools, which we're all paying for, obviously, right? But I mean, it's gotten to the point where I'm suggesting to DOE right now, and also the senators, these senators that are running for re-election, pass a bill, put funding with it, put security now at these schools. They damage them to the extent that private security, having them present there full time, is warranted. The damages that are done, and even the personal property, because they break in the schools, they damage the teachers' property, steal it in the schools. I've seen in the reports. But I mean, apart from this chasing after people, increasing the penalties and stuff like that, that's not an effective deterrent unless the courts actually throw the book at them and we catch them, right? That's the first step. You catch the guys, and then you take them into court. The danger is you got this justice delayed, justice denied. People need to see quick justice. Hence my always saying that why hasn't our bill passed for the people's speedy trial right? These defendants get their speedy trial right. But cutting to the chase, Ray, get the private security hired, have the senators appropriate the money. DOE seems to have money falling out of its pockets all the time, and put the private security there. Just have somebody there to watch those schools. There's too much damage being done, and we're paying for it. Both through the damage to the school, but the prosecutors we got to hire, the judges, the support staff, the whole criminal justice system is just increasing like a bureaucracy. So you got to think smart on this.
I don't disagree. I recall a few years ago they actually had a start of a security system, videos, et cetera, alarm systems in the schools, and then they made what I thought was the greatest mistake ever. Was they said what schools had these alarm systems and security systems in them, and I said, no, you don't do that. You just put the things that look like video cameras around and let people take their chances on whether or not there's a video surveillance system. Or whether that's real, or if it's a fake. Is that alarm system real, or is it a fake? Let the thugs figure it out one way or the other, and maybe a little bit of that will provide some deterrence for them. I don't disagree that we ought to have some kind of security systems in place for the schools, and then, as I said, some stiffer penalties when we do find people, when we do catch people. There was one, and I wanted to get your comments on this. I know how Chris Barnett feels about it because he wrote a press release saying how happy he was that Governor Lulian Guerrero signed Bill 239 into law, and she wants to send a strong message to meth and fentanyl dealers that there are going to be significant additional years of hard time for you if you are busted.
Okay, Ray. So we got this island debate going on right now. You got the AG being accused of being, calling them animals during the election when they're on meth and stuff like that. You got the social workers that are falling out of their chairs because we're trying to lock up all these meth addicts. We've got all the victims that are littering the streets out there from every night while these meth addicts go out and hurt people. Now you've got a bill in the legislature that's passed now into law that says throw the book at them. So, the community needs to focus. If that is the focus of the community, to throw the book at these guys, stop releasing those people on possession. They're getting no jail time in court. When the cops pull these guys over because they're driving erratically and they're found with meth and the pipes in their cars, stop releasing them. And that's why our office right now is looking at that law. The law has a mandatory prison fine.
Mm-hmm.
I'm working with Christine Borja, who's our meth prosecutor right now. Why are the judges accepting the 0 to 3 when there's a mandatory release, mandatory jail time? And this whole thing where you can get 2 days in jail for driving, under the influence of alcohol, but with meth, they're letting them go. So if that's the mandate of the governor and the legislature, then make sure the courts actually put these guys mandatory jail time. You're found with meth, fentanyl, mandatory 5 years in jail. That'll send the absolute deterrence to these guys that are hallucinating. All they're going to think about is getting put in jail. So I applaud it. It's good on paper, but actually do it.
But if we can get a hold of Chris one of these days, I want to take a look at the legislation as passed and find out when it becomes effective and when the note needs to go to the courthouse that this is now the law of the land. It is out of your hands. Mandatory is the word that we like to use on this one. But we were talking with somebody last week about treatment for individuals with crystal methamphetamine, and I'm hearing we just don't have the resources to take care of the numbers that we have and the unbelievable increase in the number of meth addicts that we've had recently on Guam. Is there any way? Is there federal funds that maybe the Attorney General's office can find to help out the mental health folks so that they can get access to all of the therapy that they need and all the counselors that they need, so that we can meet the demands of the fentanyl patients?
Well,
methamphetamine addicts?
Right. I'm doing my job from the criminal enforcement. The law says that these guys got to go to jail. The governor's responsibility, she's the one that's appointing the cabinet members to the Guam Behavioral Health and to the DOC and so forth. My main focus as the elected attorney general is to enforce the law that says that you have possession of meth or fentanyl and you are using it or found with it, you're going to jail. That should be the mandate. Why are we building the social work network for people when just put them in jail, let them learn the hard way, and then we're all our resources are going towards this therapy thing? Good, fine. Let the courts through their ADC program, by the way, publish your results on the recidivism for the ADC, and then let the legislature and the governor focus upon behavioral health sort of things, but protect the crime victims by putting these meth addicts in jail. That's the therapy. Lock them up. And the Opioid Council, a year ago, we appropriated money to the Guam Behavioral to give them the non-RSAT treatment. That has always been my position. They're too dangerous. You can't just give them a piece of paper and say, do no more evil. You got to put them in jail, isolate them, get them off, detox those guys, and get them the help they need behind bars while they're waiting their trial. They're not doing that therapy. That is the most effective therapy. Put them in a restraint first, because you can't trust these meth addicts.
Well, the other problem is it's easier to get drugs. Apparently easier to get drugs inside than it is outside.
Right. So find out how it's getting in, and that's, again, the governor's job. If you want the Attorney General to be the governor, we just went through courts on saying who's got what opportunity and job, then I'll run for governor. But the whole point is, if everybody did their job here and that we stop throwing rocks at each other and just focus upon what's the problem, we can fix it. We've got a smart community. We've got leaders that are supposedly smart, but stop playing politics. Focus on the people that are being hurt, and that's the victims.
The victims of all of these crimes that we've got. I can't disagree. 7 o'clock in the morning, Doug. Always a pleasure talking with you. Have a great weekend. I'll catch up with you soon.
Thank you, Ray. Thank you.
You got to break away now. Fox News on the point. On the other side of that, Donna D with a look at all the big stories that we're going to be covering here this morning. Drive time genius Jerry Roberts with the extra point ahead in the 7 o'clock hour as well. Here's the news.
It's been more than 56 years since an address like this. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. On March 31st, 1968, President Johnson announced he would not seek re-election. And tonight, President Biden addresses the nation about his decision to drop out. White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre.
The president will discuss his historic decision to put the country above all else, and about the inflection point we face as a country in this moment.
That's at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Former President Trump next hour speaks at his first rally since President Biden dropped out of the race and endorsed Vice President Harris.
Former President Trump is expected to launch fresh attacks against Vice President Kamala Harris. The Trump campaign, though, is trying to manage expectations because they believe it's possible Harris could be surging in the polls.
Fox's Mark Meredith in Charlotte, North Carolina. The FBI director tells a House committee the man who shot former President Trump at a rally in Pennsylvania had looked up information about President Kennedy's assassination. Thousands of people protested outside the Capitol during a speech to Congress from Israel's prime minister.
We will win.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu tried to rally members of Congress as his country continues its fight against Hamas, while also pushing back on accusations Israel's military has put civilians in Gaza in harm's way.
For Israel, every civilian death is a tragedy. For Hamas, it's a strategy.
Some Democrats boycotted the address or remained seated during the speech. Michigan progressive Rashida Tlaib held up signs saying guilty of genocide and war criminal. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
On Wall Street, the worst day since 2022 for the S&P and the NASDAQ. The Dow closes down 504 points. Tech stocks in general fell after disappointing earnings reports from Tesla and Google parent company Alphabet. The S&P down 128 points. The NASDAQ down more than 3%, down 655. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Ginger Cruz, and I'm running for Congress because the stakes have never been higher. I have the experience, the ethics, and the judgment to deliver for Guam, and my opponents know it. So I guarantee the people afraid to lose will care more about trash talk than real talk. That isn't me. I will confront every lie and debunk every false claim. And I will show you how we use the truth to take out the trash. Visit gingercruz.com. You want the truth? Just ask. I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this message.
I want my children to be healthy for the school year, so I made an appointment at the FHB Health Center for their annual physical, sports physical, immunizations, dental exam, and eye exam. FHB pediatricians, dentists, and optometrists deliver the highest quality of care. I trust them. So can you. For an appointment, call 671-646-5825, option 1. Most private insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. FHB Health Center, our island, your clinic.
Vice President Harris, also President of the Senate, did not attend Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's speech today. She was in Indianapolis at the annual national gathering of the Zeta Phi Beta sorority.
With your support, I am fighting for our nation's future.
Trump running mate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance skipped the speech too in Fort Wayne, Indiana, for a fundraising event. Cybersecurity company CrowdStrike's outlining plans to prevent another disruption of computer systems worldwide.
CrowdStrike says it will be staggering the rollout of updates. It will give customers more control over when and where they occur and will provide more details about its planned updates to prevent a repeat of its massive computer disruption. The company says a bug in an update allowed its systems to push bad data out to millions of customer computers. CrowdStrike says the problem involved an undetected error which allowed problematic content data to be deployed, resulting in a Windows operating system crash. CrowdStrike says it will release its full analysis of the meltdown when its investigation is complete. Janico Sola, Fox News.
It's right there in the 8th commandment, thou shalt not steal.
St. Francis of Assisi was known for his ministry to the poor and underprivileged. At St. Francis of Assisi Parish in Tuscaloosa, a church administrative assistant putting her own spin on it, pleading guilty to wire fraud for embezzling about $300,000 from the church fund in 600 unauthorized transactions. 35-year-old Kristen Marie Battacletti accused of spending $220,000 on TikTok digital coins for gifts to content creators and to pay for some of her own personal expenses. She now faces a fine of $250,000 and up to 20 years in prison for wire fraud at sentencing. Therese Crowley, Fox News.
Team USA men's soccer loses 3-0 to France at the Olympics. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News.
For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
In 2021, I wrote the law establishing Guam's Opioid Prevention and Treatment Act to prepare and protect our island from the fentanyl crisis that's already devastating other communities. Illegal drugs and related crime are a serious threat to all of Guam. In Congress, I'll fight for more federal resources to protect our island from drugs and crime. I'm Amanda Shelton, and I humbly ask for your vote this election.
Paid for by Shelton for Congress, Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. 19-year-old Franklin Joel St. Nicholas confessed to his involvement in multiple burglaries reported in 2023. Police say he admitted to break-ins at Benavente Middle School and GSI Pacific in Dedido. In March of last year, the school reported broken doors and a shattered library window. Then in October, GSI Pacific found its warehouse ransacked and nearly $35,000 worth of tools stolen. St. Nicholas and co-defendant Alcander Salas are also linked to other theft cases. St. Nicholas admitted to stealing food from the school and taking part in the GSI Pacific burglary. He is currently held on $5,000 cash bail. Meanwhile, the governor's office and several GovGuam agencies are urging the Supreme Court to reject AG Doug Moylan's request for a rehearing. The court had previously ruled that Moylan's office could not fully withdraw from representing over 20 government agencies involved in ongoing investigations. Moylan argues that he should be able to report improprieties discovered during his advisory role and that the governor cannot appoint alternative attorneys. But the governor's legal team contends that Moylan's request undermines attorney-client confidentiality and oversteps his authority. They also argue that the governor has the responsibility to ensure the executive branch functions effectively, even if the AG refuses to act. More news after this.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
GovGuam is seeking oral arguments in a lawsuit against federal receiver Gershwin, Brickner, and Bratton over issues at the former ORDOT dump. The government wants to add the receiver to its suit for design and construction flaws that increased leachate, but the receiver claims it cannot be sued without court permission and cites immunity from the 2002 case that put Guam's waste services under receivership. GovGuam disputes this, asserting no specific order mandates seeking permission in the 2002 case. The receiver also accuses GovGuam of judge shopping and questions the legality of GovGuam's contract with Kelly Dry and Warren, claiming it violated procurement laws. And parties suing GDOE want to inspect school campuses as part of their case. Public school parents with children who have disabilities claim GDOE and the Ed Board failed to provide an adequate learning environment. Attorneys for the parents planned to inspect GW High School on Tuesday to check health and safety conditions before classes resume on August 8. But attorney Daniel Summerfleck reported they were blocked at the gate and unable to conduct the inspection. The court is awaiting a decision from Judge Elise Ariarte on whether to dismiss the lawsuit filed against the Education Department. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather.
Was there somebody from DOE at the front that said, "You shall not pass"? You shall not cannot pass. You cannot see what's behind the gate here. I know, trying to figure out how if there's any actual education going on the other side, especially for these special needs kids. It's a battle that they've been fighting for a long, long time, and now we got word that there's 18 schools that aren't going to be able to get inspected by the time we start the new school year. So what are you to do if we can't even allow for the parents of the students involved and their attorney to be able to get onto the campus? Are we that afraid of what they might find? I thought they were. Was it their touting? Was there not touting? They're elbowing
Flexing.
for. Didn't it? Swanson said they're elbowing for an A. So if they're elbowing for an A, don't you think they would welcome people coming in
a curve
to take a look at the school for their special needs kids? You'd think that they would be a red carpet. Dan Summers like, please come on in. Would you like a mimosa? How about a tea? We'll make you a tea. We'll put some chamomile in there. You'll feel better. Okay. There's going to be weather today. Scattered showers and thunderstorms in the forecast all day today. Mostly cloudy skies, highs near 88 degrees. The crazy thing is we're still going to have a 94-degree heat index today. Wonderful the way the weather works. Same thing for tonight. Mostly cloudy skies, arguably cooler. 78 degrees is the overnight low. For tomorrow, which is...
Oh, it's Friday.
Thank you so much.
Man.
Scattered showers and thunderstorms again, mostly cloudy with highs near 88 degrees. Tomorrow night, 78-degree overnight lows. They say by Saturday, maybe just mostly cloudy skies with highs around 86 degrees or so. Rip current warnings are in effect right now. Hazardous surf warnings as well. Sunrise at 6:51 p.m. tonight, and sunset at 6:51. Sunrise was at 6:04 this morning. Sorry, I'm turned around in my head. Because Big Sister Shelley sent me this.
Oh, man.
I don't know where she got it, but it must have been from the States, because in the States, it is exactly 5 months until Christmas Eve. Here on Guam, it's exactly 5 months until Christmas. It's exactly 5 months until Christmas. So you know what that means? We got 5 months to clean the house before the family comes
where
over.
America's Christmas begins.
Just saying. I don't know. I was just kind of looking around the other day. I was in between things over the weekend, and I was looking around, going, all right, maybe this is going to be one of those days where I'll just walk around with a big trash bag and just start throwing crap away.
No, really.
Can't be done.
Yeah, it's impossible.
It was crazy. I managed to get like 5 or 6 things in between, and then thankfully it got to be happy hour, so I split. 7:12 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. News and weather together on The Point.
BK Melts are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available, the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Hagutnya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule.
The 2024 election season is in full swing. You see the signs and the bumper stickers. You see and hear the ads like this one. You see the issues facing our island community. You will decide if things change or they continue. Vote in the primary election on August 3rd. I'm Sean Gumatauta, candidate for Republican Senator in the Guam Legislature. I ask for your vote. It will count.
Paid for by lawyer Sean Gumatauta for Senator William N. Regis, Treasurer.
What if he's going to get crap for not humbly asking?
Oh,
you think?
No. We took it different.
Yeah,
I like it.
Me too. Me
What's a
too.
good
I just
spot?
didn't have to give the thank you in 18 different languages. Kind of breaking a little bit of the mold there. Good job, Sean. 7:14, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by Kim and Ron over at Security Title. A couple of incredible people and their dream just to make life easy for you. No complications from ugly titles, making sure that the escrow goes great. They know everybody in all the banks that you're talking to, and will absolutely lubricate that process. It's an uncomfortable process. Time takes time, and it's nice to have somebody there that can be kind of real estate transaction rangers for you. It's what they do, and nobody does it better than Kim and Ron at Security Title. The Ray Gibson Show also brought to you by APL, American President Lines, their global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show, bringing you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
I appreciate the care. Says Elizabeth Mendiola Quiches says, almost Friday, Ray. Please be safe. I'd be very, very safe today. I have one plan, well, two plans actually. One of them is to get through this program. That's the big overarching one.
First of all,
and then after that, there's going to be prayer and silent reflection between now and the start of the Guam Medical Association, etc. The congressional debate that's going to be taking place a little bit later on, University of Guam. If you know, you know. Details are online somewhere, I'm sure. I don't know. Still don't know who the moderator is going to be, and I just know it can't be me because I'm sorry. If somebody starts throwing out some BS while they're doing the debate, I might need to jump in and say, whoa there, cockfighter. All right. First of all, Project 2025.
Hold your bird.
Exactly. There's no Project 2025 here, no matter how much you want it to be. Let me see. Quit busting on Dougie. Get Akimoto on the phone. Chris Frank says, Libra here. I like none of those things. We were talking about different vacations for different zodiacal signs.
Libra, huh?
Sarita says, rub it in, Ray Gibson. Lord Foya, you're so special. Like what Real Joe said. Army Lynn is online. There's the other balloon smuggler. Auntie Benita Camacho Garrido is there. Let me see. There's a bunch of stuff here from Peter Santos. Cousin Tedo is on the line. Oh, boy, there's a lot of stuff there from Peter Santos. It's almost the Peter Santos feed here. Gina Marie Tenorio call saying vote Mike St. Nicholas. Tony Guman. And who else is there? Gina says, shout out to Rockin' Rail Horse Ranch and Ms. Charlene Tenorio for taking in Babe, the rescued horse from Inalahan, who just skin and bones by the sides of the road. Thanks to Renee Nicole Tenorio Tiong for being the person who did the actual rescue with the help of the Department of Agriculture. Babe has already gained 22 pounds in just a couple of weeks since being rescued and is in good spirits. I'm so happy to hear that. Tony Guman online. Let me see. Jerome McDonald checking in from State. Stephen Blake.
Real guy.
Says, bring beer to calm down the storm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not
do it.
Yeah, I don't want to live just too much behind the curtain stuff. But when they said, "Hey, can you host the event?" I said, "Sure." What time? They're like 6. And I'm going, wow,
that's a little late.
It's late.
That's when you drink.
I'm like 3 in by 6. Gonna have to postpone that. Maybe I just have the little cooler in front of me while I go. 7:17 in the morning, and got Maria Pangilinan from the Guam Election Commission on the line because there is currently ongoing. Believe it or not, the election is already on and underway. Early voting taking place over at the Westin Resort and Spa. Buenas and half a day, Maria.
Half a day, Ray Gibson.
How you doing there? Did you early vote?
Not yet, but almost.
I'm looking at some of the numbers. There's a whole lot of people that not yet voted. Do we need to do we need to tell more people to go and show up and get that voting done?
Yes, we do. Let them know that we're open until Monday, July 29th. We're open today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Monday. Monday's the last chance to vote early, 10 to 6 at the Westin. We have accessible voting services at the Westin where they'll queue you in an accessible voting line.
Nice.
And you can vote in the car. And you can get some service from our GC team. Upstairs on the mezzanine, we have set up universal ballot marking devices there so that anyone can use it. The machine actually marks your ballot, pushes out a paper ballot, just a half a sheet, and you can check if the choices you made on the machine are the correct ones, and if they are, just put it in the envelope. If they're not, ask for a new ballot sheet.
That's interesting. So what is it, like a typewriter or something like that? You press on like my name and then bang, it'll show up?
That's correct.
Okay. What about write-ins? How would you do a write-in?
You can write in on the machine.
Huh. That might be, will they have that in the general in the regular primary?
No,
it's only for the
have it for early vote. Yeah.
Okay, and then after you put your thing in the envelope and the envelope in the box, then they will give you a sticker, and then you can take the sticker downstairs to the Starbucks, right?
That's correct, and get 10% off your drink.
I heard. Now, no more time for registration. Registration has expired, correct?
Correct. New registration will begin on Monday, August 5th.
All right, but that's after the primary already. Tell me what's going on. How are you getting ready for the actual primary? It seems to be coming in rather fast. According to, I think, your website, it'll say 10 days plus. I think we're down to 9 days, the way I count, between now and the primary election. Is everything on track?
Yes, it's 9 days now. Yesterday was the 10th day until the primary. Yesterday we had most of our candidates come in to turn in their campaign finance report, their preliminary report.
Mm-hmm.
So today we're finalizing our voter registry, doing early voting, making last-minute preparation for the 22 polling sites. Signs are up in both Dedido and Chico. Making the Dedidonians and
showing the new voting places.
Correct.
Yeah.
And last minute changes on precinct officials. There'll be a publication with all the precinct official names. Tonight we have a Guam Election Commission regular meeting at 6:30 p.m. at the mezzanine at the Western Resort. There's plenty of discussion to be had for last minute preparation.
Really?
Yeah,
I guess. I mean, I don't know. You've been doing it for so long. It feels like just the mechanics. The machine just need to press the button and things go. But I guess you're not the only one there. You've got the people that work there plus the other members of the commission.
Yes, and so everybody's helping, including our partners. Including you, our media partners, getting the word out.
Well, as long as you keep answering the phone, we're going to keep trying to help you get that word out. Early voting taking place over at the Westin, and by now I think most people have decided whether they're going to do it or not, or just wait until the actual deal. I think what with a couple more forums that are going to be taking place, a debate tonight for the congressional candidates, and then another one just prior to the election with the Chamber of Commerce. They've got another forum that's going to be coming up as well. So it's possible that there are people holding out to hear a little bit more from these candidates on more of these issues before they decide to vote.
Well, I hope when they decide, Saturday, August 3rd, 2024, from 7 o'clock a.m. to 8 p.m., our polls will be open across the 19 villages.
Yeah, all right. And obviously we'll help you out with getting the word out for all of that.
Okay.
Maria, it's always a pleasure talking with you.
Yeah. Ray Gibson,
yes.
One more.
Yes, go ahead.
Homebound voting services is still available. Call 777-9791. If you or your loved one is truly homebound, call our office and we'll get the information from you, and we'll come out and give you the opportunity to vote.
What's that number again, Maria?
477-9791.
9791. Okay, anybody needs that number, give me and Real Joe a call, and we'll be happy to pass that along. Have a great day. See you at the church. If you don't see me, then just tell Polly start without me.
Yes, sir.
I love that laugh. All right, there's the update on what's going on with the Election Commission. 723, quick look at what's going on in the markets today. Absolute bloodbath. S&P 500 losing 128.6 votes. Not votes, points. NASDAQ down by 654 votes. We'll go ahead and put it that way. I mean, there might be some people that are equating the drop in the value of our markets here with some political movements. Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 504 points. And everybody is off. And the crazy thing is, they were off from record highs just about a week ago. FTSE is down by 13. Nikkei off by 439. The bloodbath continues. Hang Seng off by 158 points. How did we do in Shanghai? They're red as well. 13 points in the red. And the DAX rounds everything out. 170 points on the minus for them. Lousy time. I'm going to assume that everything was led down by tech and tech stocks these days. We'll take a quick look at the S&P 500. see what we've got. Enphase, well, there was some green. Enphase, AT&T, Nextera, Thermo Fisher, Seagate Technologies, our drive guys are in the green. Down around the bottom, we've got Lamb, Weston, Tesla, Vistra Corporation, Super Microsystems, and Fortive Corp. On the NASDAQ side, led down by, do I recognize any of these guys? Picard Inc., NXP Semiconductors, On Semiconductors, Grail Inc., Global Foundries, etc. So, yeah, it looks like it was a bad day for tech, kind of all around. If you're looking at some of the other numbers, commodities, take the money out of the stocks and put it in gold, well, maybe there's a buy signal. Gold is off by almost $10, $2,397.50. I got West Texas crude today trading at $77.50 right now. When I got in this morning, it was, standby, it was $77.51. So it's fairly narrow trading. But it seems to be trending in the right direction. Still no new TAPIS number. I got the Japanese yen stronger against the dollar today, 153.96. Yesterday it was 155. Philippine peso at 58.55. And continuing a weakening trend along with the very wet conditions in many places in Manila, Quezon City, Manila, etc. 1,386 South Korean won in exchange for, 1,383 South Korean won in exchange for your greenback. Maybe some good news out of the Philippines, though. There has been a resolution in one of the parts of their Congress here that is supporting a visa waiver for Guam and the CNMI. More on that in a couple of minutes. Real Joe's got one job when we do this part of the program.
So why you hired me?
This is the only reason.
Yeah.
How are we looking?
65,688. We're down 251.
Yeah. Because it's 67 and change from yesterday, almost 68,000.
Yes, sir.
And a weird kind of swing that Bitcoin has been doing that only Jerry Roberts is able to fully explain. Oh, I'm sorry.
But I can tell you that the NASDAQ was more than 650. I was looking at this, and in the last 24 hours, a little more than 24 hours, dropped almost 5%.
Wow.
Total.
Big loser.
Almost 1,000 points.
Big loser.
Well,
can we hang that on Kamala?
No, well, it's a correction. I mean, it's been so high for so long. And the people that in the know, they say it's healthy because the market was too stretched. So now it's dropped back, right? So now it more normalizes.
Yeah.
And then it'll prepare for another bull run.
So they're saying
it's
a good
so
thing.
It's a good thing. Not if you're sitting there watching your stock go down.
My retirement. There it is.
But the idea, most people are buy and hold type people in stocks. And so they have to weather these kinds of situations.
Yeah.
The people who are quote unquote traders, right, they'll get out of the way with situations like this. When they see the market beginning to tank, they've got things in place that automatically trigger and sell off their holdings, and they'll sit, wait, watch for the train to go by, and then jump back in at a discount.
The after hours market is very, very healthy right now. I've been taking a look and seeing what the big deals are there. The people obviously doing some bargain hunting when the markets go backwards like this.
After hours, the Wild West, man.
Got to be 7:20 in the morning. Jerry Roberts with the Extra Point being brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry.
Thank you. We haven't talked about meetings in a while. If you're a longtime listener of this program, you know that I have a love-hate relationship with meetings. I had so many clients complain about them a number of years ago that I wrote a course on how to do them right. You could do what's needed to get done and not make your team mad because of all the wasted time in meetings. Well, I caught some new information recently that meetings, lovers that is, should really know about. And I will reveal all that next on the Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
So how many meetings do you have in the average week? If you're a frontline worker in a small company, maybe you get away with an overall staff meeting Consider yourself blessed if that's the case. At the other end of the spectrum are middle managers and senior leaders who seem to ping-pong themselves from one meeting to the next all day, pretty much every day. Staff meetings, department meetings, team meetings, finance meetings, vendor meetings, sales meetings, marketing meetings, client meetings, new hire meetings, back-to-back meetings, and the best of all, meetings to decide to buy training for everybody in the organization. Those are really good meetings. In the course I wrote on this, on how to make meetings work, we discussed the true cost of a meeting and how to reduce that expense. We also get into the nuts and bolts of how to get your business done while saving time. Why? Because time wasted at meetings is a huge negative for the majority of your workers. The overwhelming majority of meetings for us in Guam is the in-person, face-to-face kind. We're all in the same room together. That being said, many of us also participate in online hookups using services like Zoom, Microsoft Teams, even Google Meet, maybe a few others in there. The Harvard Business Review recently reported that our meeting problems might be worse than we realize, particularly the online variety. A company named Viopta gathers data from various platforms, and they know a lot about how we deal with meetings. Viopta assembled anonymous data from 40 million meetings at 11 organizations, and their findings included the following. Employees who participate in online meetings are doing about 25% more of them now than they did pre-COVID. Excuse me, 25% more. Have you ever been in one of these online meetups, and immediately after it started, somebody muted their microphone, and you didn't hear from them the rest of the way? That no participation rate increased by 50% between 2022 and 2023. How about people who never turn their camera on? Is it really because they're having a bad hair day? It turns out that employees who keep cameras off during meetings, wait for this, had a higher attrition rate than those who turn them on. Wait now, if the camera is off, it means they're not long for the payroll? Apparently so. The data confirmed the people who left their organization within a year after the research was finished had an 18.4% camera on rate during meetings. That's about 1 in 5. Those workers who stayed with the company had an average of 32.5% camera on rate. Do with that what you will. The simple truth is that too many meetings lead to dissatisfaction and eventual burnout. Can you cap the number of meetings for any one person? Can you limit their length? How about using different methods to prioritize your meetings? Maybe no meetings before or after a certain hour? Perhaps limited meetings on certain days. Now, you can get training on how to run better in fewer meetings. You can also roll up your sleeves and ask your workers about how they use meetings and what they like and what they don't like. You want to control meetings, not have meetings control you. Your team will thank you for doing so, I promise. That's the Extra Point. Be responsible and make something good happen today for 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show, and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Let's try to instill some radio wisdom into some of this stuff.
Yes.
Now, whenever I work with new DJs, they like turn on the mic and talk, but they don't know what the deal is. I always try to use this analogy to drill them into making sure that their bits on the air are tight, brevity, word economy, that kind of thing. I say, I want you to imagine when you open the microphone that you're taking your listener's head and pushing it underwater. How long can they breathe? They can't. How long can they hold their breath? That's how long your bit should be. And when we have meetings, that's how long you should talk. And then the next guy can only talk for about the same length for as long as everybody else, and everybody should take a breath. And the first time somebody has to, exasperate, opens their mouth and sucks in a breath, that's when your bit should end. That's when your time in the meeting should end, and maybe the meetings will be that much quicker. We learned many years ago, and I won't tell you which boss it was, but I learned many years ago. Stop asking questions. Because it was one of these kinds of bosses. You ask him what time it is, and he tells you how to make a watch, which meant that the meeting was going to go for another half hour. So you risk side eye from a lot of other people in the room when you start being the kiss up that says, "Hey, boss, tell me a little bit about pulse code modulation."
Particularly at the end of meetings.
Yes, when everybody's looking at the bottom of their coffee cup going, "Can we go now?"
Yeah.
7:34 in the morning. Some great advice from Jerry Roberts as usual on the Extra Point. I can't find anything that is nationally politically any more interesting than what we caught yesterday. I was looking to see if I could find. Apparently, Kamala's got a gaffe.
Something about I didn't catch it all, but something about a foreign policy thing, something she said. That wasn't
accurate,
up to speed.
Correct, normal, right thinking. I'm trying to. Why didn't anybody meet Netanyahu at the airport? I mean, have you said we've got visiting head of state?
I didn't get the call.
It's a visiting head of state. Biden didn't go pick him up at the airport. Kamala didn't pick him up at the airport.
They came, but the cop kept telling them to drive around.
He's found a good excuse to be out of state for Netanyahu's visit.
Okay, so if you're a Trump guy, right? Mm-hmm. Okay, and he says, "Hey, Netanyahu's at the airport. No one's there." Shouldn't Trump have gotten into a car and gone pick him up?
But there's a copy of Netanyahu, wrote a letter to Trump talking about, sorry about the assassination attempt and all that, and Trump wrote back, everything is going to be good. Everything is going to be good. I don't know that he sent anybody to go pick him up at the place, but apparently Netanyahu in making a speech before Congress right now, and Ilyan, but not her, the other nutcase, holding a sign that says war criminal on it. And I'm going, that's the way I feel when I see people wearing socks and sandals. Those are the real war criminals. Those are the people that need to be watched out for. But you got that. And at the same time, there's a major fight going on right now, a riot out in the streets. And they're starting to attack the park police in D.C.
Really?
Yeah. We've got these. I don't know what happened to Antifa. I think they've all become gays for Palestine or something.
It's summertime.
And I think, yes, it is. It's summertime in America. And I don't want to attribute this to Netanyahu because I can't verify that he actually said it. He said gays for Palestine is like chickens for KFC. It just doesn't make any sense. It's on the internet. It must be true. 7:37 in the morning. That's Jerry Roberts and the Extra Point. See how quickly he's backing away from the microphone?
Yeah.
Good thing Jerry's not here. He would have never said anything like that. He would have never let Ray Gibson say something like that.
I'm trying to process.
Stop. Jump into news and headlines now with Donna D. This one here brought to you by the guys over at BK. That's Burger King. And yesterday, not the last of the Whopper Wednesdays. I think we've got one more next week as they continue their 80th celebration of liberation here on Guam. Also being brought to you by Pika's Best Realty of 2023. Big Sister Shelley says, yes, he did say that. Brilliant, BB. Thank you very much. Anyway, so Holiday Realty with Saran and Libby, Auntie Lily, and Joe D. You can call them up if you got questions or you just want to congratulate them early on becoming Pika's Best for 2024. 588-4232. Now with the news and headlines. Here's Donna D. Up and Donna, what's going on?
Post-Commission Chair Vince Perez criticized a 25.59% wage increase for GPD officers, saying it disrupts standardized pay structures. The letter was not approved by Post-Commission Director John Lozama. Police Chief Stephen Ignacio defended the increase, stating Perez's letter did not reflect the Post-Commission's view. Governor Lulian Guerrero supports a structured pay system for all law enforcement. The next Post-Commission meeting is next Thursday. Meanwhile, Tinian Mayor Edwin Aldan urges Star Marianas to reconsider ending its flights on October 15 due to fee disputes with the Commonwealth Ports Authority. He warned that ending service could disrupt vital connections and harm Tinian's economic stability. Star Marianas' board chair argues the fees are unsustainable and suggests a meeting with local officials to find a solution. And the Guam Softball Academy is hosting a free seminar on September 6th at Hotel Nico, Guam from 6:30 to 8:30. The event will offer guidance on college athletics from experts. The seminar is open to middle and high school athletes, parents, and coaches. Registration is now open at guamtime.net. For details, call 483-6500. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
That triggers me. I've got bad things about softball in my life.
Oh no.
Yeah, because you see these guys and the hurlers. I mean, they do that thing. They wind up their arm.
It's a whip in it.
Yeah, it's kind of comes at you like 80 miles an hour, and everybody think it's softball. In comparison to
Oh,
what?
yeah, it's
a
not
rock?
really that soft.
Yeah, 7:39 in the morning. All right, we got to take a look at what's going on in the roadways and plenty more before this hour is done right here on The Point.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approved this ad because I know making federal policy work for Guam in Congress means you have to understand how it's implemented in the executive branch, something my opponents have never done, but I have. Please vote Ginger Cruz for Congress.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
What happened? 20 away from the top of the hour. All I saw was thumbs up from you, Real Joe. All I saw was thumbs up.
Let's rock the world.
I'm going to assume that you're talking about, I was reading something today about how complicated our lives are, and by complicated, what I mean to say is how many wires do I have sticking up on my nightstand or in the door, the table by the door when I come in? How many of those wires do I need to keep all of my electronics all charged? I got the phone, I got a smartwatch, I've got an Apple Watch, I've got my Bluetooth thing that needs to be recharged every time I go to the beach. All of that stuff. I literally have a gizmo at the house that helps keep everything charged. But the problem is that gizmo is all based on the old USB ports, and maybe you've got a whole bunch of new gizmos that are USB-Cs on both ends. And that means that you've got to give up another charging station somewhere in the house. They can solve that problem for you at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall. They've got all kinds of great Anchor products. Wonderful for portability if you just need juice pack with you while you're on the go. Or maybe you need something like a charging station at your house. ANKER is the brand. Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall is the place for that. 7:41 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Quick look at what's happening on your roadways, and then back to the phones. What have I got here? Is there traffic on Guam today? Might find a little bit. Looking at the north end of town, nothing up there. Maybe a tiny bit of traffic on the Route 9 side of Anderson Air Force Base. Otherwise, southbound Marine Corps Drive, Pow Pow into Wysang looking pretty good. Intersection of 1 and 3 running a little bit busy on Marine Corps Drive, but 3 is looking good. Better than it looked the other day, I'll tell you what. Micronesia Mall is looking sweet. Route 16 all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Looks like it's going to be all right. Just a little bit of intersection traffic. Most of the traffic this morning is intersection traffic. Not a whole lot on Route 4 into town. Not a whole lot on Route 8 into town, although I am seeing longer red lights in some of those locations. So be careful as you're making your way through. It probably has everything to do with the weather. 742 southbound from there into the downtown Agutnia area. Nothing major. I don't see any traffic that's going to slow you down. I don't even see any flooding at Polaris Point here that's going to make you crazy on your way down to Big Navy and Sumai. So just enjoy the drive and drive to the conditions. That's the way we do it. It's 7:42 on the Ray Gibson Show.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Rediscover Talk Radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
People calling for a revolution. A House panel in the Philippines calling for visa-free entry of Filipinos into Guam and the Mariana Islands. This is, always a developing story. Nobody has given up on this. Billy Vegas, writing in politico.com.ph, says the House Committee on Foreign Affairs has approved a resolution urging the Department of Foreign Affairs to request the United States government to include the Philippines in the list of countries whose citizens are allowed to enter Guam and the Northern Mariana Islands without the need to secure a visa. We're not talking about going all the way to the U.S. mainland, even Hawaii and Alaska. They're just talking about Guam. Senator Jesse Anderson-Lawn on the line here. Buenas and half a day. Senator, how you doing?
Hey, good morning, Ray, Real Joe, and Donna D. Yes, happy Thursday. Absolutely great. How about you guys? How you guys doing?
I'm not bad, not bad. Looking forward to, in fact, Dr. Akimoto on the line here, and we'll talk about a little bit about the debate between your former colleagues. Let me see, Mike Sinicolas and Ginger Cruz over at the University of Guam area tonight. More on that in a couple of minutes. But I'm trying to sort out, this is, I know that there have been a number of measures and moves being made in the halls of power in the Philippines, and so I wanted to find out: is this new? This new resolution from the House Committee on Foreign Affairs to their DFA, their Department of Foreign Affairs? Is this a new resolution?
No, actually, it's not a new resolution, but of course it's an amended resolution, basically. But I'm glad that, of course, it passed in the House. Of course, we want to thank, of course, the Pangasinan Representative Maria Rachel Arenas, who endorsed it and put it on the floor for a vote. And a similar resolution was introduced in the Senate by former Senate President Zubiri. And so you have both houses that introduced a bill that are very similar, and it's calling for, of course, a Guam CNMI visa waiver. And as we spoke last week, Ray, our joint session a couple of weeks ago with the CNMI, we also included in the resolution, alongside, of course, the waiver for cabotage, is a Guam CNMI visa waiver, and not just H2, but for other
visa categories. There's a lot of work that needs to get done. We just don't seem to have the manpower to do a whole lot of it. And it's not just construction guys and nurses. We need plenty more in a lot of job categories.
Sure, and this resolution at this point, it basically, it's great because we're speaking with one voice. The Philippines, both houses are speaking one voice. We are in this region, the Guam and the CNMI, speaking with one voice, and our needs and all that. And of course, the Philippines putting out, their resolution, the stating the resolution that, hey, right now we're allowing U.S. citizens to come into the Philippines visa free.
That's it. I'm trying to read into that. There's obviously there's a call for reciprocity, but I wonder if if there might also be a little bit of a hint of, we're letting U.S. passport holders into the Philippines without a visa. Wonder if maybe we can see our way clear to doing this in the other direction. If not, maybe we ought to re-examine the ability of U.S. passport holders to enter the Philippines without a visa.
I don't think that's what they're saying. I think what they're doing is right now, you can enter. I think right now you can enter the U.S. Can enter the Philippines without a visa for 30 days.
Yeah.
I think what they're saying is that. And this is what we'll push anyway, that if the Philippine visa waiver is granted for the Guam CNMI, we'll push that, let's make it, rather than 30 days, make it 45 days as well for visa free for U.S. citizens. That reciprocity, right? That reciprocity. And so because they want it, of course, they're listing, of course, the visa waiver programs for Guam CNMI to include, of course, Brunei, Australia, Hong Kong, Japan, Malaysia, Nauru, New Zealand, PNG, South Korea, Singapore, Taiwan, and the UK. And they said, hey, we're your closest ally, and we're the closest to you.
Yes.
Close to you.
Well, as I've talked about many times before, it seems like resolutions like this and then trips, travel destinations and sources that are changing rather rapidly. And unfortunately, we're going to lose the Fukuoka run on United here before too much longer. But it is possible that they'll still be able to use Guam-based equipment, Guam-based Guam-based personnel as they explore other places, including Cebu, into Japan, into back into Guam. So there's obviously some opportunities that we've got to pursue, and I'm glad that in at least this case, the House Foreign Affairs in the Philippines is moving in that direction.
Sure, and then when we call for the Guam Sinai visa waiver, Ray, we don't have these connecting islands in the sense that you can drive to the next island. You got to fly. So would it be 100% foolproof in regards to overstays? I don't think it will, but it really diminishes when you're separated by a lot of water. Separated by a lot of water.
Anybody stays at Alcatraz understands the concept. In 20 minutes, it'll be actually in 10 minutes. It'll be 8. Senator, I wish I had more time with you. Congratulations on whatever it is that you guys have been up to. It was a hell of a session last month, and we'll see how things play this time around. Have a fantastic rest of the day.
Thank you. You too. Take care.
All right, we go 888-8255. Dr. Vince Akimoto on the line. Buenos and after half a day, Doc. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. You're busy as usual, dealing with really almost feeling highbrow, esoteric federal issues like immigration. But let's bring it down to earth, bring it down to our island.
Yeah.
Tonight's debate at the University of Guam is going to be a matter of life and death. The congressional candidates from the Democratic Party, Mike San Nicolas and Ginger Cruz, are going to be faced with real live drama. This is not for show. The candidates are going to be asked questions that are penetrating, that are controversial, that are confrontational, because the doctors, the nurses, the people that are taking care of the people of Guam are dealing with real life issues right now. And so the time for procrastination, deliberation, and simply wasting our time is over. The debate starts in less than 11 hours. We are very proud that Mr. Ray Gibson is there to be the adult in the room as the chaos, which is the Guam local government, is confronted with the reality of federal oversight, right? If this buildup is supposed to help Guam, then let's look around and just contemplate the help that we're getting in rebuilding Simon Sanchez, or deciding when are we going to actually fix GMH, or hearing from the schools today from DOE that they're going to have 18 schools that'll be unsanitary for your children. You're welcome. None of this stuff is make-believe, or it doesn't matter. We're burying people today. There's funerals all over the place. There are children that are dying at GMH. This is not a soap opera. This is your life. And so if you care and if you complain, come to UOG tonight. It's free. What's your excuse? If you're going to vote for somebody this year, what's your excuse? They're about to be asked questions that matter. And so come to the auditorium that you pay for with your tax dollars.
Yeah, or if not, because I don't know who it's free for, but I medical personnel, I understand,
well, we're paying,
and students.
We're paying the price. I mean, we've been up all night. We've been working hard.
Okay.
I got smoke coming out of my ears. The issues that we're dealing with, people think these federal issues are out of our touch. The thing that Mr. Lujan is working on, they're very diplomatically, is going to help us bring nurses and doctors from the Philippines who want to be here and help us do this job. Because apparently nobody else does. I mean, we're having a devil of a time recruiting anybody from the States to come here, despite the fact that we're offering them lots of money. When they come over here and they look at our facilities, if you try to get a psychiatrist to go work in mental health, he'll tell you you're crazy. I mean, they've had a rotating door of people over at mental health claiming that they're God's gift to medicine, but they can't hang. They can't deal. Our local problems are ours, man. We've created this mess, and we've got leaders who are lying to us every day that everything's fine. Everything's fine. It's not fine. It is not fine. So come down to the Fine Arts Auditorium. I think that's what they called it also. It's for this debate, which will be only held together by Ray Gibson's will. If we can get out of there in 90 minutes, it'll be amazing, but I'm sure people will be talking on the way out the door. And in fact, I'm hearing that there's going to be a protest up there tonight, because we're talking about federal issues. It's about the environment. It's about the military buildup. It's about abortion. It's about veterans' rights.
Yeah.
Everybody's angry. Everybody's mad at the federal government for not giving them more money. Well, guess what? There's a lot of federal money sitting in the Bank of Guam today. What's your next problem? What's your next problem? You want money? You got money.
Which is a point that one of the listeners made last hour, is that, gee, so much of this conversation seems to hinge on dealing with federal dollars coming into Guam. And I said, yeah, I mean, there's no other statesman work that we need to do. I don't know if we need to bring a new version of the Guam Constitution before the House of Representatives and make a case for whatever it is that we want to do with our self-determination. All of it has to do with our representatives in the House finding as much federal money as possible and then bringing it to Guam to displace the money that we would normally be spending on operations, so that we can afford to actually do a few things around here other than just pay people. That's my thought. 7:55.
Real quick, is that just to call out to Miss Amanda. What is your job? What have you been doing all week? What have you done lately? You think you're so busy to come in and talk to the people of Guam? That was full of crap last night. She sent out some really well-produced ad that was just full of crap.
Wait, who did this?
Do your job. Amanda Shelton sent out some YouTube video trying to influence people that she's too busy to talk to the people of Guam about her next job, the one that she's spending all this money to try to get at. The true heroes are Ginger Cruz and Mike Nicholas, because they know this is tough. They went through the last one, which was with KOAM. I'm going to tell them this is going to be a different experience. You're at the University of Guam. This is the place of higher learning. So
well, and it will be a debate. I bristle at the idea that there are forums. I support them, obviously, but I don't know, especially when we're being tasked as voters to make very, very difficult choices between disparate campaigns and disparate candidates out there. So a debate is important, because I want to find out which one of the two people that are going to be on the stage, which one's going to scrap the best for me. I need somebody on my back. I'm not a little kid anymore, and I worry about the capabilities of our government to take care of me and my needs as an aging Guamanian into the future. 7:56, I'm going to let you run. I got another firebrand on line 2. I'll see you later.
Ray, can you yell out, welcome to Thunderdome?
Hey, welcome to the Thunderdome. 2 men enter, 1 man leave. 2 men enter, 1 man leave.
Good morning. Good morning, Ray. I don't know if this is Thunderdome land, but I always love hearing Dr. Akimoto talk.
I got to get you guys together.
We do. I need to see him more often. But I do believe in everything he says, man. We got a brain drain on the island. We got to fill these shoes in these places. But I do want to tell Dr. Akimoto, I don't want to talk about the larger policy things. I want to talk about the medical mafia, the Gestapo that's on island, man. Those people holding power aren't letting those new blood come in unless they got the right name or they got the right attitude. That is not going to work. Long term, that isn't going to work. This has to be a melting pot of ideas.
Didn't we just go through the miraculous welcome back to Guam for otherwise qualified OBGYN, and that was held up because there was paperwork issues?
Yeah. I mean, essentially the primary modus of that whole hospital is to deliver babies and make sure the health of the community's in line, and they won't expedite the only guy who can catch a baby on the island or the newest returning home. That's crazy, man. That seems like priority one. Where are your priorities, Adeloop? Where are your priorities, GMH?
Well, there was I don't know if you saw it, a great letter to the editor that was written by Kai Akimoto and Mason Caldwell, another one of these med students that are off island looking for encouragement to stay in the game. I'm told that going to med school at a certain point is like drinking from a fire hose, and it's just going to be coming at you hard and fast. And these young people, whether they're coming back as doctors or nurses or whatever, need as much support and encouragement as possible, but we also need to make sure there's a job here for them in a facility that works for them, that they don't have to worry about what we have versus what we don't have, how much of surgery under duress do we have to worry about, how much therapy under duress do we have to worry about, because we don't have the facilities and the equipment to do our jobs that we were trained to do.
Agreed. I know you got to go, but they need to come home to open arms that are going to mentor them, that are going to teach them, that are going to show them, we love you, we want you back in our community to provide care. Not this experience that most of them get when they come back. They fall into the Shark Tank and it's eat your own mentality out here. And unless you're in the right circles, you can just look from the benches, boy.
That's I'm going to have a good day. I know a thing or two about the medical mafia. Maybe we'll spend some time with Dr. Macris out in the States, see what he's got to say about. You know why he's in the States, right?
He got whacked.
Yeah, by the medical
He
mafia.
got whacked by the medical mafia.
That's the second mafia that we've been talking about. Last week we were talking with Dennis Larson, B-Man Dennis Larson, and he was talking about places to go and get raffle tickets for our buddy Chris Frank. Where did he say to go? Any of the Thai mafia restaurants and bars. They've got tickets over there. As we get the Thai restaurant and bar Mama-san mafia, as well as the medical mafia. Any other ones we don't? You know what we need? Yeah. We need a teacher mafia. That's what we need. We need a teacher mafia. We need one of those kinds. We need a cop mafia out there and just a bunch of people. So we're going to do this.
A fish wrapped in newspaper.
Because
Put a
sleeping
horse
with the
head
fishes
into bed.
Until things get better for us, it's not going to change. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I got to break away. Got that Fox News thing coming up. Donna D with another big look at news and headlines. We got people coming in today. Do you know?
No, we got a call from GPA.
GPA. They got a new program, My Energy Expert Program. I threatened to read some information about that to you yesterday, but got caught up talking to that pretty chick from San Diego. So we'll see what we can come up with in the next couple hours of the program. Stick around, Brown. KUSG again. Your peak is best. 3 years running.
Must be united. I'm Tom Rigotti, Fox News. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking in front of Congress today as his nation remains at war with Hamas terrorists in Gaza. The Prime Minister saying that the U.S. must stand united with Israel. He also says there should be no restrictions on U.S. military aid. The IDF needs to win the war.
Today, as Israel fights on the front line of civilization, I too appeal to America. Give us the tools faster, and we'll finish the job faster.
But thousands of protesters have descended on Capitol Hill, and several Democrats boycotted Netanyahu's speech. They're calling for an end to the violence, which health authorities in Gaza say has killed nearly 40,000 Palestinians. Meanwhile, several hostages taken by Hamas during the October 7th attacks are still being held. President Biden preparing to deliver remarks from the Oval Office tonight about why he's dropping his re-election bid 1 week after testing positive for COVID-19. White House spokeswoman Karine Jean-Pierre said during today's press briefing the decision had nothing to do with his health. Jean-Pierre says the decision represents his lifelong commitment to the country.
The decision that he made on Sunday was about putting country first, was about his party, and was about the American people.
The president's speech is set to begin at 8 p.m. Eastern. FBI Director Christopher Wray testifies today before the House Judiciary Committee with new info from the Bureau's investigation into the assassination attempt on Donald Trump.
On July 6th, he did a Google search for, quote, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
And then on the same day, the shooter registered for the Trump rally in Butler 7 days before the assassination attempt. Wray reports they're still looking for a motive. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots. 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Vice President Kamala Harris did not preside over the Senate for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's address to Congress today, instead holding a campaign event in Indiana. Fox's Garrett Tenney is with the vice president in Indianapolis.
It was a very loud and warm reception from this crowd of historically black sorority members of the Zeta Phi Beta, their national convention. Harris spoke for just about 15 minutes. She started out praising President Joe Biden for the work he's done the last 3 years, but then she shifted to going after former President Trump. This speech very much in line with their campaign strategy that was laid out today in a new memo detailing multiple paths to victory that the campaign sees for Vice President Harris, including capitalizing on the success that Democrats saw in the midterms by focusing on issues like abortion.
President Trump running mate Ohio Senator J.D. Vance also did not attend Netanyahu's speech today. The ongoing heat wave in California causing a large number of heat-related deaths in Santa Clara County. LaMonica Peters of Fox Bay Area TV affiliate KTVU has more from San Jose.
With another heat wave impacting the Bay Area until the end of the week, homeless advocates like Sean Cartwright with Unhoused Response Group say it's getting harder and harder for people to escape the heat.
When you're out there, particularly in areas that are resource deserts like the South Side, there isn't relief. There isn't like a cooling center over there.
The medical examiner is investigating 28 potential heat-related deaths so far in July. 14 of those deaths were people at least 65 years old. 8 were unhoused and 1 person in transitional housing. Their ages range from 30 to 84 years old.
San Jose Mayor Matt Mahan says the city will look to add 1,000 safe and managed placements for people living in tent encampments, and people will be required to use them when they're open. I'm Tom Rigotti. This is Fox News.
There are so many issues that I see happening for Guam, and I have so many ideas for how we might try a different path. I love my island, and I want to serve you. So read my plan at gingercruise.com, and I humbly ask for your vote. I'm Ginger Cruz, and I approve this ad.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
Proline Automotive. Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Guam has enacted tougher penalties for drug dealers with the passage of Public Law 37-113. This new law, derived from Bill 239, introduces life sentences without parole and fines up to $75 million for meth and fentanyl distribution. The law mandates a minimum 25-year sentence for large quantities and harsher penalties for repeat offenders. Governor Lulian Guerrero emphasizes that while this law increases prison terms, a comprehensive approach is needed to tackle the island's drug problem. This includes investing in drug treatment and addressing underlying societal issues. GPD has reported 3 fentanyl-related deaths this year. And the Supreme Court has referred AG Doug Moylan to the Office of Regulation Counsel for investigation. This follows a petition by former Public Health Director Arthur San Agustin, who challenged decisions by Judge Alberto Tolentino and sought to disqualify Judge Alberto Lamarena, claiming bias due to Moylan's use of Lamarena's name in campaign materials. The court found no direct endorsement from Lamarena and vacated Tolentino's orders. The justices also clarified procedures for challenging recusal judges, citing the ABA Model Code, which requires action if a lawyer is suspected of misconduct. The referral suggests potential issues with Moylan's adherence to Guam's professional conduct rules, but does not specify violations. More news after this.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Education leaders are backing a bill allowing GDOE campuses to remain open while awaiting health inspections. Many schools missed the June 30 inspection deadline, prompting support for Bill 317. Acting Superintendent Dr. Barbara Adamos, presenting Superintendent Eric Swanson's testimony, argued that closing schools would harm student learning, disrupt families, and impact the local economy. The bill aims to keep schools operating safely until they meet public health standards by the end of the upcoming school year. Additionally, a hearing was held on Bill 312, which proposes exempting uncertified teachers with over 4 years of experience from a general knowledge exam required for certification. And Reventax has announced that its online portal for Guam ID and driver's license renewal and replacements is temporarily unavailable. The vendor is addressing the issue, and other online services remain operational. Consumers can still schedule appointments at myid.guam.gov. Alternatively, applications can be mailed or dropped off at the Reventax office entrance, which has a 24-hour drop box. Walk-in services are available Monday to Friday from 8 to 5. For further information, call 635-1840 or email pinadmin@revtax.guam.gov. The department apologizes for the inconvenience and will provide updates as new information becomes available. And those are your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Yeah, I'll get around to doing that. But there's a ton of interesting stuff on the meme machines in stateside. You go to Twitters and the X's and things like that. You will find some crazy stuff. I did one just a few minutes ago on screen that said gave some pretty good advice. Never ask a girl where she wants to eat. Tell her to guess where you're taking her to eat, and then just take her to the first guess. To which one woman responded, "My God, he's cracked the code we didn't even know we had."
And I'm going to say that would work. If you try that on me, that would work.
Give it a shot. You never know. Where do you think I'm taking you? It's at 10 after 8 o'clock in the morning, and I love this one here. It says, if you drank 42 cups of coffee in one sitting, the caffeine overdose would kill you. To which a guy named Randy said, so 41 is the limit? Yes, that's where we go. I don't play a doctor. I'm not a doctor, but every once in a while I'll play one on the radio. 888-8255-888 TALK is the telephone number here at the radio station. There might be some weather here this morning and a couple of interesting things off the news. Why does it sound like we're just eliminating any standards that we have for the school sanitation and testing the kids to make sure they're smart and stuff like that?
That's whatever.
Raise your hand if you think you deserve a diploma. Me. Congratulations. You get a diploma. You get a diploma. You get a diploma. All right. What do we got? Mostly cloudy sky. You know what that just means? That means like the homeschooled kids and the ones with parents that actually care are going to, they will be the rulers over all of the dumb kids. I'm just saying right now, if you want to get your kids prepared for the future, teach them how to say yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am, because that's what they're going to be doing is taking orders unless they get better grades in school. Mostly cloudy today with highs near 88 degrees, east winds 7 to 9 miles an hour, scattered showers and thunderstorms. Real Joe remarking just a few minutes ago, it's crazy, man. The sun is out, it's shining bright, but it's raining at the same time. My God, this must be Guam. It'll change a little bit later on after sunset. Scattered showers and thunderstorms, mostly cloudy, and overnight lows of about 78 degrees. It will be nighttime and still rainy. Imagine that. Same forecast for tomorrow. Hey, Real Joe, what's tomorrow?
Friday.
It is Friday tomorrow. Scattered showers and thunderstorms are in the forecast, mostly cloudy and highs near 88 degrees. I got the same thing happening on Saturday, maybe less by way of thunderstorms, but it's going to be cloudy, they say, with highs near 86 degrees. Just a lot of weather in the area. We get the storms that are moving through over the Philippines and into Taiwan, bringing a lot of rain through the area. If you've got friends and family in the Philippines, do me a favor, check on them. I mean, there have been fatalities as a result of some crazy flooding. You know what's going to happen next, though? There's a girl I follow on Instagram in the Philippines.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Imagine that.
They're going to make the best of it, man.
They are, and she was shooting a little selfie video bloggy thing while she's standing in waist deep water, and in the background there's these kids swimming in the water like they're in a swimming pool. But here's the thing that they're probably not thinking about while they're in all of that waist deep water.
What is that, Rick?
Yeah, there's a reason it's brown. There's a reason all of that water is brown, and
it's the brown sharks.
There's going to be what is the cure for ringworm? What are the H. pylori and any number of diseases, all kinds of third world stuff.
That's why they don't
going
get
to
sick,
get.
Ray.
Aye,
because they're tested.
No. That's, you know what? They're not going to get sick.
They're hardened
not.
already.
No,
Yeah.
they're hardened. That's the same. It's the same theory. It's the same mentality that I have. When we were growing up, Shelley will remember. We used to live in an area in Tumont. Still floods. Still to this day, it still floods. And there was a little bit of a little green space, a square of green space between a couple of buildings and a couple of houses, and we had a couple of typhoons and heavy rainstorms, and the thing would flood up, and we'd go out there and swim and have a good time, and our parents and grandparents would come screaming, "Get out of that water! There's dog poo in the water. You're swimming in water. The dog pooed in the grass, but the grass, it's still there." And I figured that, all of those impurities and all those germs and all those bugs that got into me probably made it so that I'm a little bit hardier than the next average Joe. Heat index today going to feel like 94 degrees, 50% chance of rain, rip current, hazardous surf warnings. There's dog poo in that water. Just a warning, sunset tonight's going to be at 6:51. Hashtag tell the others. There it is, news and weather together. This is The Point.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer. Terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA. We start the summer with you.
It's been my privilege to serve as your senator since 2019 to advance an agenda built on the needs and aspirations of the people of Guam. Together, we've secured funding for critical programs, strengthened existing laws, and championed new legislation. I'll put my lawmaking experience and know-how to work in Washington. I'm ready to do the heavy lifting for our island in Congress. I'm Amanda Shelton, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Paid for by Shelton for Congress, Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
It's 8:15, Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the guys over at Guam Regional Medical City. And I kind of want to make a bigger deal about this, instead of just saying, hey, they're your healthcare partners. Hey, Guam Regional Medical City got a big health fair going on this weekend at the Micronesia Mall to celebrate their 9th anniversary. And the mall's celebrating their 36th anniversary. So Saturday, from 10 a.m. until 3 p.m., Center Court, GRMC specialty clinics participating in the health fair, cancer care, hematology, oncology, radiation oncology, cardiology, guys, general surgery, infectious disease, neurology, orthopedics, podiatry, pulmonology. They've got somebody in there that will come and take a look at your eyelashes, too. Sports medicine, urology, wound care, hyperbarics, one-stops. Everybody's going to be there. And they're going to want to be able to kind of take a look at you and see what's going on. Free blood pressure checks, BMI, glucose testing upon your registration. And registration could get you to the Philippines. Now, I'm not saying that what's going to happen is you're going to get there and you're going to sit down in front of somebody and they're going to look at your BMI and glucose and blood pressure and say, I'm sorry, this man should be in the plane to the Philippines when tonight. No later than tonight. He's going to get to the Philippines. He's going to be dead tomorrow. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but the Philippine Airlines is going to be giving away airplane ride courtesy of Goodwin Travel again between 10 and 3 Saturday at the Micronesia Mall.
The Republican governors of Guam.
She's solid, she's substantive, she's well-informed, and she will make good decisions.
To work for the people of Guam, to improve the situation for individuals, working families, and the people of Guam. So please
vote for Sabrina Salas Matanami for Senator.
I humbly ask for your support.
And vote for Sabrina Salas Matanami.
I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I humbly ask for your vote.
I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I approve this message.
BK Melt are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available, the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule.
News to fill your mind. Talk to get it out. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-8255.
All hail Lord Foya. Or is it FOIA clown? There's got to be something fun that we might be able to do with I don't know. There's got to be a parody in there somewhere. But the problem is the parodies are kind of, they're already there. Everything already feels like it's a parody of itself. I'm getting, oh my God, the doctors have been blowing up my phone. If you see me glancing furtively at something, it's probably my phone going off, and it has been going off with a bunch of stuff from Dr. Tom Shea and Vince Akimoto for the last, I don't know, 20 minutes or something like that, since Vince was on the radio with me, and they've got some serious issues, and I don't mean to frighten either Ginger Cruz or Michael F. Cusa-Nicolas.
No.
They're both in for the debate that's going to be taking place tonight. Full-blown debate. And I took a look at a couple of dummies of the questions, and I said, it's not enough. We need to have questions that will help define these candidates, the differences in these candidates where it comes to policy and healthcare and the relationship between Guam and the federal government of the United States of America as measured in American dollars. And to come and help out the places where we need help, where it's appropriate for them to do that. We cannot have a whole lot more of these. We got one candidate says this, and then you got another candidate says, well, yeah, I'm kind of thinking along the same lines here. It's important that we, one voice, unified, blah, 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 blah. It is a debate at a time where we need to have a debate on the relationship between Guam and the federal government of the United States of America, as viewed through the eyes, through the prism of these two Democrats. And you might be saying, but Ray, your friend Jimmy Moylan gets a pass. Yep, he does. Wasn't always that way. You remember Ken Leon Guerrero, the other Governor Leon Guerrero? Yeah. He wanted to run for Congress. And, he had other things going on in his life, and he withdrew his name just like Joe Biden. But he could have had competition. There's any number of people that could be competing with Jimmy for that on the Republican side. But we got what we got, and it's the big race. I was talking with a few other journalistic type people on that, and mostly it was a question about, hey, what do you want to do on Election Day? What do you want to have like a special program on Election Day, and we'll stay up all night and count the numbers and see who the winner is. We'll wake up bleary-eyed on Saturday or Sunday morning after the primary election, and there will be the voice of Ray Gibson annotating the numbers and showing what happened. And I said, ooh, no, I don't want to do that. I already did that. I've eked out that time in my career many years ago where I was the guy at Central with them counting the numbers into the small hours of the night and getting home in time to wake up and do something else. And I said, nah, that's for the young guys to do. You send me a thing, maybe I'll do a live on Facebook or something like that. But yeah, staying up all night? Nah, probably not going to happen. I'm not even sure I want to wake up early the morning after the election, It depends. You know who I want to be? Who? I don't know that they still do it. But like Simon Sanchez and Phil Flores. Back in the olden days.
Yeah.
Back when we used to have knockdown, drag-out, axe fight, gubernatorial campaigns. We haven't seen anything like that in a little bit. But the kind where you never knew what was going to happen until the last vote was counted. And these guys would go and, big shots in the Republican Party, they'd go to all of the radio and TV stations and do interviews. And then they'd go to all of the precincts and all the ballots and all the different headquarters and put on 75 pounds in one night. Because everywhere you go, there's something to eat. Sandwiches or that hot water soup that we like so much from funerals.
The hot water
soup. Yeah. Now, those were the days. Those were the days. That was, I think, the last time I had fun like that, and I think it was closing in on a primary, was a few years ago when Dennis Rodriguez was running for governor. You remember that?
Who was he challenging?
Ray Tenorio.
Oh, that's right.
Ray.
Yeah.
I think he was running against Eddie. I don't know. There was. I remember it because I was hanging out for some reason. Gee, what was that? Over at the Rodriguez camp. I was hanging out over there, and then all of a sudden, here comes Ray Tenorio and a bunch of guys. I don't know, just coming by to say hello or just big shotting or whatever. And everybody was really nice about it. Except Cousin Troy.
Oh, I remember that.
You remember that? That was fun.
Now that you connect that.
Knockdown, drag out, good time politics here on Guam. Old school Republicans versus Republicans, Democrats versus Democrats, and then we take each other on in the general election. Epic days. Go find Mike Phillips. Mike Phillips remembers days like that. He's another one of those guys. Here's another one. He's kind of big shot his way around the radio and the television studios and go to all the different headquarters and precinct deals and put on another 75 pounds as well. Those, my friends, were the actual days. 888-8255. I'm not watching as much as I probably should be, but we've got a pretty interesting gun and run battle between Peter Santos and who's that? Tony Guman on Facebook Live. Now, I'm not suggesting that any of you go to the Facebook Live page and egg them on.
Yeah, of course you should.
No, I should not. Like, follow, share. No, wait. Like, comment, like, follow, share.
And report.
If you would on the thing. All right. Anyway, so speaking of reporting, I might as well get some of that done at 8:24. Barnett bill to punish meth and fentanyl dealers is now the law. I'm just going to pick out some of my favorite quotes from Chris. The new law imposes fines mirroring federal penalties for businesses involved in the importation of meth and fentanyl and lays the groundwork for quantity-based sentencing for fentanyl, a drug that has already reached our island and already claimed several lives. I'm grateful this bill passed into law, Chris said, especially for our law enforcement community. This is another one of those places where Chris and I are exactly on frequency. Now, when they work hard to catch meth and fentanyl dealers, they know that these bad people will be going away for a very long time. And that makes their hard work even more worth it. Passed by the legislature, 13 votes, aims to help address the decades-long meth epidemic and prevent fentanyl from ravaging the island the way meth did. Quote, we have a lot of great people working in recovery and treatment, and they're waiting for those struggling with addiction to come in and get help. So go get help, he says. A message from Chris Barnett out to the meth junkies out there. Those that have been affected, impacted. Not your fault. Somebody identified a weakness in your character, in your will, or whatever, and they exploited it, and now you are a slave to methamphetamine and those dealers. Chris Barnett says, to the dealers of meth and fentanyl, your days are numbered.
Oh, wow.
You know, a Chamorro boy says,
Oh, boy.
Yeah, it's usually preceded by, die. Except the only time that we didn't was when they were talking about AIDS. And then they say, Adai Daganmu. That's what AIDS stands for.
Oh, yeah.
888-825-588-TALK. I kind of want to take a look at the bill now that it's passed because I'm curious as to when it is effective. Because I want it to be effective now. There's just so much going on. And we talked a little bit with Sabrina yesterday about the problems that she is seeing and among the reasons why she's running for a spot at the legislature, and that is to reach out and help people. And I was talking about the number of magistrate reports that I read that are all family violence. I think there were, 4 yesterday that came out yesterday, Donna? 4 magistrate reports.
Ooh, what about that guy that burned the curtains,
3 of them.
man?
Three of them were family violence, including
it's
that guy.
curtains for you.
3 of them were family violence. And even though they might not have actually said the word meth in there, you just know that meth was a significant component of all of that. Even this guy here, the guy that they brought in for allegedly breaking into DOE warehouses and schools and classrooms and stealing stuff, even with that, it doesn't say anywhere here about crystal methamphetamine. It talks about the crimes, how much was estimated to have been stolen, in excess of $34,000, almost $35,000 worth of stuff that was stolen. It's just amazing. Anyway, so busted for 2 counts of burglary and theft of property, and there were another one. Charge number 2, burglary and theft of property. Those 2 that have been lined up against him. I feel. Do I feel bad? No, I don't feel bad.
No, you
I should. There should be like, man, what a snitch you are, Ray. because I'm going to Doug going, wait, I don't think there's enough charges on this. I think there's more. Because the fact that he broke into and stole crap from a school, I want to say there is another superseding indictment that they might be able to throw at him, which I think was the gist of the conversation, or that started the conversation from Peter Santos on the YouTube thing. Because Peter Santos said he was going to lose the case because he's only got 2 prosecutors or something like that. Me personally, just trying to have a little bit more faith. You got the telephone number. Don't be shy about using it. One other just kind of note while I'm just rambling off here in the distance. There's a lot of stuff going on in this town. There's just an incredible number of activities that are taking place. Told you about the one that is going to be working over at the mall over the weekend. I got some paperwork taped to my door this morning from Richard Taitigui. He's with the Guam Running Club. Richard Taitigui is the Guam Running Club. I'll put it that way. Anyway, so he dropped off some paperwork yesterday, and it all belongs in the points calendar. And you can get your fundraisers, group activities, community activities, whatever. Load those up at thepoint.gu and scroll down to where there's a little bit of a ribbon there with all the pages that you can go to under community. Just hover your mouse over community, and it will come down to calendar or submit an event. So submit an event. And depending on what I've got in front of me at the time, I will get an email that says somebody submitted something. Then I go to the website, then I approve it, and it's simple like that. You can put down any information that you want to. There's a little word processor thing in there, so you can bold and highlight and change the font. Because we all love different fonts, don't we? And you can even, if you've got like a poster for it, you can even upload that and include that in the graphics. So Richard had somebody come by and drop off these for the community calendar. The VEG Run organization will be doing a 5K, 2K in EPAL August the 24th, 4 p.m. to 8. 4 p.m. to, my God, there's no nighttime there. Wait. It's, lane will be, must be a typo, okay. Lane will be closed at 4:30 and open at 8. Guam Running Club assisting the VEG Run organization. You want information on that, then make contact with the VEG Run people. The Amentum organization, a.k.a. DZSP21, going to be doing theirs. Chamorro Village, 4 a.m. until 8 a.m., just so you know about that one. That's going to take place August the 10th and September the 7th. We're getting busy with 5Ks. The Togi organization. These guys are awesome. I love helping them out. 5K, 2K, run walk, Chamorro Village, September 7th, and it says again, okay, so they've used PM twice on this, so maybe it is PM. 4 p.m. until 8 p.m., so anticipate that one, another evening run that they're going to be doing, because it is busying up in the running scene. So you got stuff like that. You're in those organizations. Don't wait for me to post it. Go ahead and post them now at thepoint.gu. 8:31 in the morning. Donady with our last big look at news and headlines. We'll take a look at celebrity birthdays, special events, including the fact that today is 5 months away from Christmas. 5 months away from Christmas. And if you were wondering what it is that I want or need for the holidays, when it gets to be Christmas time, I might put together a list here soon. Could put together a list of some of the cool, groovy things. I'll tell you what I want right now.
What?
White primer paint.
White primer paint.
Yep. I don't want any colors on anything. I want white primer paint and enough of it to be able to cover up a couple of walls.
Yeah, the house.
Yeah. In the house.
Nice.
Yeah, you put it in the house. Yeah. If you
You're
got
on the naughty list.
any of that laying around, that'd be
man.
cool. Oh, and 17 guys to actually paint the house. That would also be very, very welcome over at my place. 8:32. Donna's coming up next.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley's equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
book I need to buy. But it's not the regular kind of book. It's, I want to say the title, It's Your Problem Now. Have you seen that on the social media?
Yeah, I have.
It's your problem now, and the theme behind the book is, I guess it's a fill-in-the-blank thing on all of the stuff that you'll need to know after I die. Now, I don't think I'm going to die anytime soon. At least, the knock on wood, fingers crossed. But it would be kind of a good thing to have, just kind of laying around on a nightstand. So if something does happen to me, if there are curtains that close before my eyes, Mayumi and the rest of the family won't be blindsided and have to figure out what we do to make sure that all of my last minute concerns are met. Now, you've already got your assignment.
I do.
Yeah, it's clean out the drawer. Right?
And take the cat.
Somebody's got to take the cat.
Clean out the drawer, take the cat.
I actually was thinking about that today.
And clear the history in all your computers.
Yes, I'm not sure. I don't know why it was in my head this morning, but I was thinking, my God, if something happens to me, which one of the family is going to take the cat? There's a dwindling number of candidates out there.
I'll take that one-eyed cat.
And honestly, there aren't too many people in the family that I think my cat likes. So this could be a difficult time. 8:34. Donna can have the cat. 8:34 in the morning. Donna with the last big look at news and headlines. What's going on?
The Biden-Harris administration has approved the CNMI's Internet for All proposal, which could secure over $80 million in funding. This money will enhance high-speed Internet access and support workforce development. CNMI Governor Arnold Palash has emphasized the importance of broad Internet access for economic recovery and growth. And GPA has introduced My Energy Expert, a free online tool for home energy assessments. This tool offers personalized tips to help residents save on their energy bills. GPA General Manager John Beneventi says it supports their goal of improving home energy efficiency. My Energy Expert complements existing GPA programs and is part of their Energy Sense program, developed with local partners to reduce energy use. And St. Anthony Catholic School's robotics team attended the International Society for Technology in Education conference in Denver last month. The middle school team explored cutting-edge technology, engaged in workshops, and interacted with industry leaders. The team looks forward to sharing their experiences and promoting STEM education in their community. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right, more on My Energy Expert and the online home energy assessment tool coming up here in just a second. So where'd he go? We had the guys on Harvey,
Yeah,
right? We'll get him in a second. All right, celebrity birthdays. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Supermodel Iman is celebrating her 69th birthday, famous for being
David Bowie's wife.
There you go. Hot dog. Matt LeBlanc from Friends is 57 years old.
Hey,
Is he the one that's dead or the one that's still alive?
He's alive.
Okay,
man.
gotcha.
He's the handsome one.
Dave Denman from, let me see. No, I don't know who this guy is. Never mind. Mason Cook from, never mind. I don't know that one either. How about this one? Meg Donnelly from American Housewife and Zombies is 24 years old.
No.
No, still no idea. You've actually watched the shows,
that?
right? I don't know.
Yeah, Rotten Tomato.
None whatsoever. It's going to have to go and take a look at it. Every once in a while, we get the whole bunch that we know from music and old movies and stuff, but, every once in a while, and increasingly more often as we age, we're getting hit with, quote, celebrities from shows and movies we haven't seen. Special events, as I said, 5 days until Christmas.
5 days?
Sorry, 5 months. Thank you. Thanks for
I could
catching
use
me.
some Christmas, man, for real.
Yeah, money's for Christmas. Envelopes from Grandma and Granddaddy. International Red Shoe Day. And that pays tribute to everybody that lost their battles with Lyme disease. It's Hire a Veteran Day. Amen to that. Hot Fudge Sunday Day, Wine and Cheese Day, Thread the Needle Day. The concept taught both of the kids how to drive in crowded streets with that, the idea. You just got to thread the needle. Shiraz Day. It's Refreshments Day. And can we take coconut milk or coconut water off the refreshments list?
Why, is it not refreshing?
It's not a thing for me. I don't know why. I see some people, and they've got the whole, like a thermosy thing.
It's all that, man.
No. Shoju should be considered an item in the refreshment list. It's Chili Dog Day, thank God.
Yay.
Evelyn's hot dog
Thanks for
stand.
deciding my lunch today.
Right. You got Mark Cruz's niece over by the post office. Chili dog for the win. They've even started making chili dogs over at Carabao, just FYI. And it's intern day. So for those of you with interns, especially the ones from the government of Guam, I think you're supposed to let them loose soon so they can start getting ready for school, which starts tomorrow. Orientations are. We've got the orientation list, and you know that's going to be happening soon. Don, I'm going to let you run here. 8:38 in the morning, and I don't want to keep this guy waiting because he's got the keys to a program here that could help me save some more money on my electric bill. I got Harvey Camacho from the Guam Power Authority. Buenas and Hava Day, Harv.
Hi, Ray. Good morning. Hava Day.
Hey, so I've already got the My Energy Guam program, so I'm already hooked up with that online deal where I can log in and see what my meter has been reading and what my peak times for consumption are. I've even got it. Tracy actually hooked me up so that I could. There's a graph that shows my energy consumption, and then there's another kind of wavy line over the top of it that shows what the outside temperature is. So as the day heats up, I can see where my electrical consumption goes up as a result of my air conditioner working harder. I think those are already pretty good programs. Tell me about this new one, the My Energy Expert.
All right. So, well, just so you know, I'm not alone. I'm in the conference room with Dan Ruckert. He's our project manager and liaison for this program. He flew in off island to support us on this launch. So Dan's in the room with me.
Is there a website that I can go to and put on my YouTube screens and my Facebook screen so listeners can follow along?
Yes, you can go to all of our demand-side management energy efficiency programs are under guampowerauthority.com/energysense.
Okay.
And then that'll get you the direct link to this portal, which we launched. It's guampowerauthority.myenergyexpert.com, and the expert is without an E. It's the letter X.
Expert, okay. A tiny bit complicated, and I can't type and talk at the same time, so I might have to might work on this while you guys are jamming through the program. One of a number of different demand side tools that are available to consumers of the Power Authority, and I think I'm happy that you're adding another layer. Tell me how it works.
So My Energy Expert is it provides what people are aware of in the energy industry of a level 1 type audit. But this is going to give you that experience and that service completely free for all of our GPA customers who have a Guam paid GPA account. So to keep things simple, we just said we didn't want you to remember an additional password. If you already have a paid GPA account, use those credentials, go to the website, and log in, and it'll give you links if you don't have a paid GPA account. You just take maybe 2 to 5 minutes, answer very, very simple questions, and then at the end of the day, it'll pump out a nice little level 1 audit for you to tell you what's drawing power, how much does it cost in your home, and what your estimated kilowatt hours are. So you can be aware of, do I need to change out my ACs? Do I need to get more efficient equipment, washers and dryers? And it'll also give you a bunch of resources and tools that you can go to be more efficient within your home.
Is this like reading? I mean, how is there any connection between, me answering the questionnaire? Will it also surveil? Will it also take a look at my meter and my recent usage to be able to help determine where some of those high amperage and high draw times are for me?
Yeah. So you mentioned earlier My Energy. My Energy is directly plugged into our MDMS, our data, and our AMI system. So that's actual information. This one does is it takes the weather data and all of that, and it's powered by by artificial intelligence algorithms that the vendors created.
Wow!
And it does all that analysis for you. It's supposed to be very simple for you, that you don't have to know all the wiring of that, and you just feed it your basic information like square footage, what have you done in the home, to get you that assessment. And then it like I said, it gives you a number at the end of the day that is my ACs costing me so much? Is my washer and dryer costing me so much?
Right,
but it's supposed to be very simple. The algorithm on the back end takes care of all that calculations for you.
Okay, I want to do this now, but I'm not sure that I've got all of the sites that I need in front of me on the browser, and I know I don't have my password and login information for my different portals with the Guam Power Authority. But this sounds like a fun trip that I'm going to do. I understand that there's a John Cruz from GPA wants to join in on the telephone call. John, what can you add to what Harvey was talking about?
Not much more. I mean, except that this My Energy X is part of our demand side management program, a program that we resurrected back in 2015, the end of 2015, and we plan to put out a lot more programs than Energy X in the future, in the near future.
Let's do more like when I buy a new air conditioner, you about pay me for it. Those are the programs that I like. When I get a new water heater and it's cost me $200, and then you give me $175 to install that the new technology and the new hot water heater. I love those programs.
We're adding on to those programs. There were 10 programs that were ordered by the Public Utilities Commission that ordered GPA to do.
Mm-hmm.
And we're on our way that probably by the end of the year, 9 of those will be done in addition to the 3 that we already had.
Well, you bring me all of that stuff because I'm wild about this. If I'm lucky, it's just me and the cat that lives at the house. So about the only things that run at my place are air conditioners, and lately, with the $100 rebate, I've been using one of the air conditioners a little bit more during the day than I normally would. But otherwise, it's the hot water heater on for just a few minutes in the morning. The dryer once a week when I get a load in there out of the laundry. And I think the only other big draw on my electrical consumption is when I make coffee in the morning. I think that might be it. Are there other things that I should be thinking about or doing?
Ray, I'm glad you touched point on that. What this tool does at the end is it's not just going to spit back that assessment for you, but it is going to have all the links to all of our resources, and we plan to grow those resources. One of them is the Energy Sense rebate program that you talked about, how you get a rebate for the AC washer and dryers. It's also going to give you efficiency tips, and we plan to grow as all of our demand-side management. We're trying to find a nice, easy place for you to just have like a one-click button away or two-click button away, to where you can go and say, all right, what more can I do to my home? What can I do with my lighting and all those tips? So that's all stored on this My Energy Expert platform.
Right. Okay, but and then all of the other common sense things. I mean, anybody that's lived on Guam anytime since the first oil embargo back in the 1970s knows that we got expensive electricity around here, and until we get that new plant online, it's going to remain expensive. It's going to remain oil-based, so we got to do everything that we can to maintain those resources that we can. If you've got an ugly black roof at the house, well, call somebody in, get your boys in, have them do some water blasting and maybe some white paint on the roof, elastomerics, silicone, all of that kind of thing, and you will get an immediate decrease in your energy consumption in the house just by doing that.
You're completely right, Ray. And I'm kind of. Are you an energy auditor by any chance?
No, I've been paying power bills. I've been freaking out about high electric rates since forever. I'm one of those guys that if I could afford to do it myself, I'd lay up solar on the roof, and there used to be a whole lot more companies that where you could go and get yourself a solar hot water heater, and that in and of itself, that ought to be able to pay for itself within just a few months with the dramatic decrease in the amount of electricity you're using to make water hot.
And that's what we really want to push to the public is that, like as with anything, right, you can't control the gas at the price at the pump and what's going on globally, but you can control what's going on within your home and how your usage is. We're not looking for like complete conservation, turn everything off. We're looking for efficiency. Cool your home, but do it with a high SEER appliance or a more efficient appliance. That way you save some money, and then you also lower the demand, and the agency saves on how much power you need to produce.
There's everybody's got their own tips and tricks and techniques to get it done. There used to be, sometimes it used to be back in the old days. You remember the idea that you could reduce your electricity by hanging a bag of sand around your meter?
I think that predates me. That's new to me.
Talk to the other auditing guys, and they'll tell you how many dudes were busted back in the day trying to mess with their meters, trying to make them go backwards by using that. I don't even think the technology worked, but I think there was a lot of people that tried it anyway. 8:47 in the morning. Now this is all online, as you say, but if I really needed it, you've got people that will roll out of the office and help people conduct these audits at their homes, right?
So that's the beauty of this. This is an online audit. All of our representatives have been trained to assist you through it online. We can even go in and do the assessment for you, maybe over the phone.
Yeah.
One thing is that if you were to have an expert do this level 1 assessment, it can cost hundreds of dollars, maybe like $200, $300 to not only be at home, have an expert come out there and do these assessments. This is 2 minutes of your time. It provides a similar result, or same result as a level 1 audit. And we just do it over the phone or assist you or online.
All right.
At your convenience as well.
Well, like I said, I'm a senior citizen, and so I wouldn't mind if somebody would come and help me out.
For sure. We'll call you. What our reps can do is on the back end admin platform, they can log in as though they fill it out for you. Yeah, so you just answer simple questions. They could get the information and help you along.
I forget you guys have all of the paperwork on your side. Nice. I kind of like this program, and as you said, there's a whole bunch more like that that are going to be rolled out before the end of the year. This is just the beginning.
Correct. This is live. This is you can go in and take advantage of it. Again, a free service to the island. And if you were to have an expert do it, again, hundreds of dollars, but it's free. It's free with us.
Roger that. So while I got both of you on the line, Harvey Camacho, what is your big number one thing that you do if you're the electric bill Nazi in the house? What is your I'm always doing this in order to keep the electricity low?
Oh man, I got a ton of things in my head in terms of number one is cooling in your home. Your HVAC AC systems, that's the number one draw. Make sure you got an efficient high SEER unit. Take advantage of our rebate programs that come with that. And a big thank you to the great ally on Island. They've been bringing in some pretty efficient units, but the standard always changes. But yeah, really your cooling. Figure out where's a very comfortable thermostat setting for yourself. If you're wearing a jacket or a blanket over yourself in the living room, maybe it's time to change the knob.
Yeah, you could actually increase it a little bit and lower the power bill. If it's that cold in the house that you've got to bundle up, then maybe it's time to put it up around. I keep mine at the house about 78 degrees. Real Joe thinks I'm a savage. Caveman, what are you doing at 78 degrees? What's the point of living in a polite, civilized society if you can't be freezing cold in the room? What about you, John? What's your go-to? What's the number one thing that you recommend, the number one thing that you do at your house to keep the power bill low?
Well, if you change out your air conditioners to the high-efficiency air conditioners, and for us, on the washing side, we wash in cold water.
Always.
Right. So do the heating loads. So between those two and changing out our energy appliances to more energy efficient appliances, we were able to cut our bill by about half.
That's substantial. That is substantial. Now, what about, they made a big deal about fluorescent lights a few years ago and told everybody to change those out. And now we've got LED lights. Just, your opinions on that. Should I bother going around the house and putting, LED lighting in places where I've got fluorescent lighting that took over from my old incandescent bulbs?
No, LEDs are much more efficient.
They are.
LEDs are much more, yes.
Yeah. Do you guys get in fights with your wives or girlfriends about the color of the LED?
Don't ask me.
Right? No, asthma. He's suffering from asthma. Asthma wife, what color lights he does. Just if you're going to Home Depot or Benson, you want to bring your wife. Trust me, your wife has other ideas on the color of the lights that you buy. And no matter if you're a boy, your eyes don't work the same way. Whatever color you think is the one that she's going to like, you're wrong. You'll end up taking it back. Make her go with you to the Home Depot and buy the LED lights. But a substantial savings of the LEDs, obviously, over the old incandescents and even the fluorescents, right?
Yes.
That's so cool.
Yes.
That is.
And Ray, I love that you're asking these questions because to bring it back to my energy expert, it's not supposed to be done. You do the audit. It's like you create your profile, and it's good for someone to kind of like, all right, well, I do have efficiency ACs. It asks you that question. It'll tell you, it'll give you examples of what other items in your home you can change out, and it gives you a dollar number and a dollar figure, so you can kind of get an idea of what savings and what initiatives should I do within my home. So you're asking the right questions. You seem like a very good candidate to use this tool.
Well, I'll be right there. I used to have.
Guide you what's next, right? I've done everything. What's next? And that's where we're looking to build upon, and it does have other options there.
I used to have a device. It was a kilowatt, KILL, kilowatt device, and you would plug it into the wall, and then you would plug a piece of equipment into it, and it would tell you how many amps it was drawing over whatever the period of time was, and then it would give you the calculations to determine how efficient that device was, and then you could use that to make comparisons between that and maybe a newer model to get. One other thing, and I just to throw this out at you. If you've got a hot water heater and it's more than a couple of years old, it might be time to take a look at the anode on the inside of it. Some heaters have one, some heaters have two, but those anodes will clump up with the hard water that we've got, and they don't work as efficiently as a new anode. You could buy at any hardware store for virtually any hot water heater. You can buy replacement anodes, and it is a DIY thing. Anybody should be able to do it. You don't have to call the plumber. You don't have to call the electrician. It's fairly easy to do, and you will see an immediate savings even on an older hot water heater after changing out the anodes.
Also,
that's a lot of demand side management initiatives we're definitely working with and looking into doing to assist.
Gotcha. John, what were you going to say, bro?
Yeah, clean your air conditioner filters. We will reduce the efficiency by about 30%.
Crazy. All of these things are out there, and especially during the summer months, if you got kids running around the house, don't know what to do with them, take the audit and then give them projects, because one of these days they're going to be ratepayers, and they're going to have to pay for oil, and they're going to have to pay their own electric bills, and we need to teach this new generation all the things that us old mossbacks have learned over all of the years to save money on the electricity. And if you've got daughters, if you got young daughters, never mind the dryer. Teach them how to hang clothes outside.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry, I don't want to get anybody in trouble. That's just me being a chauvinist. All right, guys. Listen, I'm going to let you both go. Have a fantastic next couple of days, and we'll help you roll out the other 8 or 9 programs between now and the end of the year. I'll see you soon.
All right.
Thank you, Ray.
Very much.
John Cruz and Harvey Camacho for the Guam Power Authority talking about the My Energy Expert. It's spelled with an X, not an E, in the front of that. And you can go online and find that and do all of those kinds of things that you got to do. Over all of the years, I keep trying to sort out how I can save some money. Now, you might be thinking, wow, how about that? Very, very thrifty Ray. He must have just a whole bunch of money socked away and set aside for retirement and a comfortable future. No. The more money that I save on my electric bill and all this other crap, that's just more opportunities to spend that dough on all kinds of toys and gizmos. And they're getting really, really good. I don't know if you've noticed this, but social media has gotten really, really good at selling you things. You didn't even know you wanted it. And maybe somewhere once upon a time you dreamed it or you heard it or you lingered a little bit longer over an ad that you saw on social media. And those things are absolutely relentless. They will follow you around until such time as you go ahead and make that purchase.
I need a new hat.
But I was going to, yes. Exactly. They got these all kinds of stuff in there. They've got a gizmo. What do we got? There's a thing. It's like a wallet, like an in-band wallet that you carry inside your pants. And I suppose a couple of reasons. So you don't have
secrets.
You don't have lumpy pants on, but maybe if you live someplace where there's a lot of thugs, you don't have to worry so much about them seeing that you've got a lump in your pants and trying to steal it from you later on. Anyway, so they got those programs, and one of them I noticed. This is how good it works. I bought something last night on the social media, and it hit me this morning with another one of these ads. To which I told Facebook I don't want to see this ad anymore. And you know what one of the options are when you tell them you don't want to see it anymore?
What?
Already purchased item.
Oh.
They know that there's a very good possibility that you've already purchased that. So they won't be sending me that ad anymore. They're going to send me something else for something that I'm going to buy off. Oh, my God. The number of classes that I bought online. Because I've got a thing. It's a Ray Gibson thing. Every year I want to learn something new. And one of the things that I wanted to learn this year was to be able to, what we do on live with the Facebook Live, YouTube Live, ThePOINT.gu, et cetera, there are now ways, and the technology and the software has gotten so significant that you can do it literally on the phone. You can, on the phone, it has software, and you can hook it up with the cameras that are on the phone that will feed the programs that generate these online video streams. And you can do this. You can send it out on Facebook. You can send it out on Twitch. You can send it out on whatever the other platforms on Rumble.
Kick.
Yeah, Kick. Yeah, Kick. If you're a pervert, which many of you are. And it has all of the things, all of the bells and whistles that we have, where I put my name on something, or who's on the phone, or who I'm interviewing. All of those things now exist now on apps on the phone. Now, I don't need to do any of that stuff right away. But I did want to get a handle on the software and the different technologies that they were using to be able to create these kind of ad hoc broadcasts. So instead of just, turning on the live stream on Facebook and doing a live from my desk or something like that, I should be able to dress it up. I should have lower thirds on this. I should have a spinning thing over on the gizmo that like I've got over here, where I've got the advertisers. You see, I got the advertisers and the promos on this side. Should be able to do that with the technology on the phone. And for not a whole lot of money, there's a guy that will teach you how to do all that. So I signed up for that, and I got to tell you, I'm kind of really enjoying the course. There's some things that I'm learning, and maybe I'll be able to put some of those to use before too much longer. All right, a couple of minutes away for the top of the hour. Ray Gibson Show until 10. We're working until 10, right?
All the way.
I'm not taking the last hour off, so I can go
quit here
and relax as to get ready for the debate tonight. Yeah, you're right. What is that? Anyway, so we got Fox News Live coming up here in a second. While the news is playing, I might take a look at the Guam Daily Post newspaper that Real Joe bought for me. What's so special about this newspaper? I don't know. He found it and had an extra $1 in his pocket, and so I'm kind of excited to take a look, because I can't tell you how long it's been since I've seen
money I'm saving.
Yeah, since I've seen all of these notices of government Guam meetings and civil service commissions and environmental yada yada yadas that we're supposed to be looking at. What have I been missing out there? Job openings. Man, it's been a while since we've gone through some of that. Let me see if there's anything in here that we can do. Helper. Yeah,
I like it.
There we go. Stand by now. We're going to help ourselves to some Fox News here in just a sec. We'll be back with you in about 5.
The Prime Minister and the protesters. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu speaking in front of Congress today, trying to rally support for his country in its ongoing fight against Hamas. Several Democratic lawmakers boycotted the speech. Thousands of demonstrators showed up to Capitol Hill calling for an end to the fighting. Netanyahu says Iran may be funding both Hamas and even today's protests. And he also said,
some of these protesters hold up signs proclaiming gays for Gaza. They might as well hold up signs saying chickens for KFC.
Netanyahu emphasizing he will not put an end to military operations until Hamas is eliminated. And with the Prime Minister addressing lawmakers on Capitol Hill, lots of protesters gathered in Washington, D.C.
It began peaceful when thousands turned out a few blocks from the Capitol and had speakers like actor Susan Sarandon. And it's a coalition of groups that are Answer Coalition, Code Pink, a lot of the protests we've seen in the past. But it got violent after the speech is finished, and they went up to the Capitol and met the police line. We're outside of Union Station, the helicopter above, because they arrested a half a dozen or more protesters that clashed with the police. Some of the protesters remain. They continue to taunt the police, chanting at them.
Fox's Griff Jenkins and that chaotic scene. Well, the FBI Director Christopher Wray testifying today before the House Judiciary Committee with new information from the Bureau's investigation into the Trump assassination attempt and the shooter.
On July 6th, he did a Google search for, quote, how far away was Oswald from Kennedy?
Wray went on to say that same day, the shooter registered for the Trump rally in Butler 7 days before the assassination attempt. Wray says they're still looking for a motive, but it says the FBI found 2 explosive devices in the shooter's vehicle and another one at home. America's listening to Fox News.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Senate Kamala Harris holding a campaign event in Indiana. Fox's Garrett Tenney reports from Indianapolis.
It was a very loud and warm reception from this crowd of historically black sorority members of the Zeta Phi Beta, their national convention. Harris spoke for just about 15 minutes. She started out praising President Joe Biden for the work he's done the last 3 years, but then she shifted to going after former President Trump. This speech very much in line with their campaign strategy that was laid out today in a new memo detailing multiple paths to victory that the campaign sees for Vice President Harris, including capitalizing on the success that Democrats saw in the midterms by focusing on issues like abortion.
The Harris campaign announcing they've already raised more than $125 million since President Biden's announcement that he'd drop out of the presidential race. Former President Trump with his rally in Charlotte, North Carolina, going on today. President Biden will deliver remarks to the nation tonight, first time since dropping out of the presidential race and endorsing Vice President Kamala Harris. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre with a preview of the speech today.
I encourage all Americans to tune in tonight to hear directly from the president.
Fox's Jared Halpern has more.
The decision President Biden made Sunday to drop out of the presidential race was about his party, the American people, and putting country first, White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says.
It is not about his health. I can say no, that's not the reason, but hear him out tonight.
The president will deliver an Oval Office address tonight about that decision and his plans to serve out the rest of his term. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Former President Trump's campaign has filed an FEC complaint against the Harris campaign, accusing them of violating finance laws by transferring funds from President Biden's suspended campaign over to hers. The Harris campaign calls those claims baseless. And a fire at JFK Airport in New York City led to Terminal 8 being evacuated this morning. 9 people injured. Operations have since resumed. I'm John Saucier, and this is Fox News.
Governor Eddie Calvo.
What I see in someone like Sabrina is that this is someone who knows what those issues are, and over all these years of seeing Guam through some of the highs and some of the lows, I believe this is, though it's new blood coming in, which we need, it's someone with that knowledge that is so necessary to work for the people of Guam. So please, support and vote for Sabrina Salas Matanani.
I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I approve this message.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. No. It's time to bring back the quality.
Never left. No. No. Yeah, gotta throw some of the gravel. It's like 8 packs a day gravelly in there. Gotta say, no, Tony never left. Ray Gibson said, we haven't seen the last of Tony Atta. Can we make that part of the campaign?
That would be sweet.
That would be a sweet thing. Just an acknowledgement, ladies and gentlemen, that Tony Atta's, all of the dun dun duns. I got a girl listens to the show, and that's her daughter's favorite part when she hears us talking about Uncle Ton. Anyway, 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And the guys over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web, $8,000 cash back. What? Huh? $8,000 cash back. You heard the guys from GPA in the last hour saying you need new air conditioners. You need higher C or new air conditioner. How are you going to buy that? You get yourself a new car and $8,000 cash back. That's how you're going to fund that. Heck, maybe that's going to get you started on some socials, some of the solar stuff on the rooftop and grid tie inverter and all of those kinds of, maybe even a battery system. You know, it's a great way to start into that, and that's money. You invest that, and it's going to come back at you with incredible savings year after year after year. Plus, you get into a car that's got like 35 miles to the gallon. They got plenty of those over at Nissan versus $143 a paycheck. Kicks as low as $164. The Frontier for $239 a paycheck. You're going to love riding around in that. Now, all of this happens on your approved credit. Conditions apply. I don't know what they are. Heck, I'm just a dumb guy on the radio. I don't know anything about that. They do know it at Nissan. They wrote it down at NissanGuam.com.
Real Talk Radio is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-825-5.
Ow. Yeah, I don't know. It's 9 o'clock in the morning, and usually around this time I start getting the messages, notifications from Facebook that certain people on my friend list are celebrating a birthday, and do I want to send them a message?
Aw.
Yeah. But I don't know. I got there's one.
Do you send messages?
Yeah, well, there's one on the list today that I want to send a message to, but the only connection that I have to her is through her sister, and I don't want her to think that I'm being creepy.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I am. I'm just gonna but I don't want her to think I'm being creepy, regardless of what the actual inspiration by this thing is. I just don't want her to go, wow, that guy's kind of creepy.
Happy birthday, Cancer.
Sounds so doesn't sound like so creepy on the radio, but really, kind of at the end of it, that's one skibby dude. Anyway, and so it's good to have you online. You might have been watching while the news was playing on the screen. Somebody had sent in a post. Who sent it in? Wait, hold on. Let me see if I can give credit where credit's due. Joe sent in a picture. Somebody had apparently dropped a load.
Oh, what do you mean dropped a load?
Of gravel.
Okay.
This not Route 16.
That's Harmon Loop Road,
Yeah,
dude?
yeah. That's a bang of Guam.
Way to go.
And yeah. Somebody... I'm not sure exactly what happened or who's going to be held responsible, if anything. Hectare. It looks like there's a whole heck of a lot of load that got dropped there in front of the Bank of Guam, and it is going to be affecting traffic getting onto the Harmon Loop. So if that's you, you're going to want to either go totally inside lane or totally outside lane. The middle lane has got all of this material in there, and at some point, somebody's going to have to go and clean that up. 10 after 9 o'clock in the morning, it might be affecting traffic right now. Just kind of an FYI in that area. But, I think smart motorists
smart ones
are avoiding the area anyway. They're going, I don't want to go there. I had to go visit somebody on that side of it's that side of Guam. There's Route 16 kind of right from that intersection all the way up to the mall. And I do my best to stay away from there. And you're probably going, well, because of the construction, right? It all has to do with all that pipeline construction. No. I've always tried to avoid that area. That is a line for me, because I'm one of those white knuckle drivers when I get through there. I don't understand the way the roads are configured and why I have to take a right-hand turn if I'm in a certain lane. What if I just want to go straight? What if I just want to go straight? Oh, no. You must turn right if you are in this lane. And I'm like, what? Otherwise what? Because there's no enforcement of any kind whatsoever. I've seen people, that right-hand turn that we're talking about here. Yeah. I've seen people from the middle lane cross 2 or 3 lanes of traffic trying to do that. And do they ever get pulled over?
No.
Do they ever get a ticket by the man?
Not.
No. Is the mayor out there saying you're a bad driver? So, but conversely, does the mayor stand out there and say, hey, you're a good driver? we're going to follow you to your destination and give you a medal for being good. That doesn't happen either. So, I'm just like, whatever, just people get behind me and honk the horn. Just umbeads that the light's going to turn red here, or it's going to turn green in a second, and then I'll go straight, and then everybody can make your right hand turn like you're going
be a memory
to heaven or something like that. Anyway, so I avoid that area just because, and now I've got another reason to avoid that area. Let me just take a quick look and see if it is affecting traffic through that particular region now. 888-825-5888-TALK. No, I don't see that it is causing for a whole lot of stress at that intersection. It's already fairly busy because you got a Mickey D's on the other side and there's an infusion on the inside. So it's I don't think it's any busier than normal. 9:12 in the morning. OMG, there's the other governor, Leon Guerrero's found a way into the building.
Nice. That's my guy.
He is your guy. You know what he's got?
No, I don't want to see on the air, man.
Avocados. There's avocados
good
for
fat.
Real Joe and everybody outside. There it is. And now Ken's a big strapping guy. He's a strong man.
He's a big strapping guy.
He is a big, and he's. I could see him. He was weighed down. It was like he was definitely. He just dropped the load. Did he just drop the load? Okay, good.
Yes, it's a load.
Did he? Aren't you coming? Is he not coming in?
I don't. Hey,
are you not coming in? Normally you just
say hello. Oh my gosh.
Normally he barges in by himself.
Yeah.
I was going to say normally you just kind of barge in anyway, but this time you're just here to drop off the avocados for Real Joe. Huh?
Well, for you and Real Joe and the rest of the staff.
For the both of us. Okay. Well, you remember how microphones
Dude, you're killing me,
all
man.
that works.
It's been a while since I've been in here.
This is true. It's true. I try to point your mouth towards the microphone, though, so people can hear what's going on. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, the other Governor Leon Guerrero. That is Ken Leon Guerrero. I'm going to have to stop calling you that in a couple of years.
Yeah, I think so. I think her term is up.
You going to change your last name to Tenorio?
No.
Okay.
I'm not going to do that. Although, as a joke, I have a friend whose last name is Tenorio.
Yeah.
And I tried to talk him into
becoming
party Leon Guerrero Tenorio.
That could be funny. That could be funny.
But he didn't think it was very funny.
You've missed a whole lot of fun here. I know you had important reasons to be off island for as long as you did.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to see that you're back.
Yeah, I was very unfortunate because I was really looking forward to going against Moylan in
for Congress on the
congressional.
Republican side, yeah.
And
I'd mentioned that this morning. I don't know if you heard, because everybody, is giving Jimmy a hard time because he's not showing up at the debate, and I'm like, he doesn't need to. The circumstance was there's no reason for him to engage in a debate because because he's already got a free pass to the general.
Yeah.
And I said the same thing for Trump. No reason for him to get into the presidential debates. They're just going to gang up on him. They're just going to attack him. It will not be about them and their platform. It would be about taking down Trump. And I think the same thing would be true if Jimmy shows up tonight.
I agree. It's politics, and this is an unfortunate
tragedy, man.
situation.
It's
The way
tragedy.
our political system is set up here on Guam with the primary system. I tried to eliminate it, and had it been eliminated, I think it would have been a much more educational and a much more defining process for the voters, because right now there's a vacuum.
Well, we had to do the same idiotic nonsense for the Attorney General in the last race as well. There's a primary to move people ahead to the general, and they should have been able to just cool off, campaign, do their thing until the general election.
Well, I'm hoping, and still hoping, because this is an argument I keep having with Joe St. Augustine about, and twice he's introduced bills to try to eliminate the primary election, but none of the other senators would get behind it. Surprise, surprise.
That's been forever. Here's another one. Can we make it so that independents don't have to go through a primary process?
Yep.
Yeah, and
well, if we
I
eliminate the primary, then that eliminates that barrier right away.
Would eliminate that. But in the meantime, and you and I have been on the same side of this argument, I think, since I've been in talk radio. I don't see why independent candidates have to do anything except show up at the general election.
I agree with you 100%. I even tried to get a initiative introduced the last election. That was one of the initiatives, to eliminate the primary election, make it possible for independent candidates who meet the same requirement, which is file a petition with 250 valid signatures, be of age, be a residency, and not have a felony conviction. And then they would have the same opportunities as the parties.
Right. But there is no such thing as an independent party.
Yeah.
These people are running as individuals looking for a spot, and I could not convince. I remember there was a debate on this not that long ago, well, probably 10 or 15 years ago, but I remember debating members of the legislature at that time on the subject, and they said, no, I can't give them a free ride. This is a primary is an opportunity for the party to speak out. And I said, yeah, there is that, too. The parties don't need to speak out. They can do this on their own.
Absolutely, but they don't want to.
And apparently, if you're looking at national politics right now, it doesn't look like the party and its individual members really have that much of a say as to who is going to carry the flag into the presidential race.
It is. We are seeing the flaws of our political system at their very best and very worst. And I, for one, am very encouraged by it. I've been talking with people all over the island.
I thought the Republicans were the threat to democracy. I thought we were the existential threat to the democracy. As it turns out, the Democrats kind of make things up as they go along.
It's common to both parties. It's not exclusive to the Republicans. It's not exclusive to the Democrats. But what I'm talking about here, I tried to focus primarily on local elections. Of course. Because that's where we feel the greatest heat here locally. But unfortunately, this story is getting away from us. When I say it's getting away from us, the whole situation with Kamala Harris and Biden, and now Trump and Vance, and now I'm hearing stories from people that they're talking about getting rid of Vance. Okay, what's that going to do? It's getting to the point now where if you can get 10 people to put your names on a piece of paper, you can probably run. So.
Yeah, but I'm not hearing that. I'm not hearing that from the Trumpians out there.
No, I'm talking with people. I've got friends all over the United States after a 20-year career consulting around the United States. And so I check with them, and I listen to what is happening locally. Because, as you know, legacy media has basically abdicated their role in democracy. I go back to Thomas Jefferson, who said there's nothing more important to us of democracy than a fair
and free press.
Well, we don't have that anymore. We have individuals like your station, like some of the influencers that I follow that do a credible job, but they're biased. But the difference is they're very honest about their biases.
Yes.
So you get enough biases on both sides. And then we have what used to be media. In the absence of media, we have a dumbing down of our voters to the point where I talked with Maria yesterday. Only 1,000 people have voted early so far.
Yeah, I think I haven't done the math. Somebody sent me a census. Shelley sent me a census of how many votes that they have had, and it is kind of underwhelming. So I'll do my best to let people know that there's early voting going on. But that is a significantly insignificant percentage of the population of registered voters.
I think we got like 56,000 registered voters as of January, and less than right about 1,000 have voted so far in early voting. This doesn't bode well for democracy, because in the absence of a large voting population, the incumbents win. And when we look at the fact that over the last 3 elections, we've had I think we barely had 50%. We had like 52, 56% of the registered voters come out and vote. So that's one of the big challenges I have. And
maybe they've run into the same conclusion that I have drawn over the years, and that is, it doesn't matter who I vote for in the legislature or the mayor's office or the governor's office or the OPA or the attorney general. It doesn't make any difference. The government still keeps getting back in. And it's a conversation reminiscent of ones that we've had before about how many people are in boards and agencies and departments on Guam that have been in boards and agencies and departments on Guam going back years and through multiple administrations, Republican and Democrat. And I'm going, there's nothing we can, how do we extricate these people from the process? And apparently, based on things that I see out of the Civil Service Commission, nothing can be done to extricate them from the process. If they're in for life.
The only way we can change the people in government is we literally have to change the people in government. We don't do that by voting for the same people over and over again.
All right. Well, 9:21 in the morning. I got to let you run here. Speaking of guys that have been in the government through thick and thin, and Republican and Democrat, in a good way, my very close, very dear personal friend, I'll say it out loud in front of God and everybody, Angel Sablan from the Department of Parks and Recreation. Buenos noches, Angel.
Buenas, buenas, Jesus.
Hey, who are you going to vote for Congress?
Huh?
No, he'll tell me. Who are you going to vote for Congress?
I haven't decided.
You're excited?
I'm excited, but I haven't decided.
Oh, you're excited, but you haven't decided. I don't know. I thought, because there's an ad that I saw with Carl and Ginger, and you're tight with Uncle Carl, so I thought maybe that's influence on you.
He has talked to me about it.
That's for sure. I'm sorry. I'm just giving you a hard time. Familia and Cassie, and you're always welcome to give me a hard time back. Anyway, so I am in my hand somewhere in a vast array of printouts that I've got in front of me. I've got a copy of a bill that has been introduced over in the 37th Guam legislature that would try to put about $5 million into the hands of the Department of Parks and Recreation to I don't know. It's not very specific about it. For the purpose of purchasing equipment and supplies for enhancement, maintenance, repairs, and operation of Guam's parks, recreational facilities, and beaches under the jurisdiction, in addition to the purchase of essential equipment for Park Patrol Division. That's all you, buddy.
Yes, that's all on us, and we really welcome it, Ray, because, DPR is one of probably the least funded agencies, and yet we have to carry on with so many mandates. And we want to. You've seen that we're improving our parks and our facilities, but we want to continue to do that in a bigger way, where we don't have to wait for small piecemeal leftover lapses that we have to do it.
This is not a leftover lapse. We're talking about $5 million in revenues collected in excess of adopted levels from the legislature. It's all this extra dough that we've got coming out. I don't have a problem supporting this because I've got parks that I like to go to. I've got different places that I'd like to see rehabilitated and repurposed for some of the other needs of the community. And I'll give you an example. Skinner Plaza, which is not yours, right? Or not Skinner Plaza, but Plaza de España. That's not yours, right?
No. Plaza de España is the Guam legislature, and Skinner is the Guam Museum.
Right. But it occurs to me that a year had elapsed between Typhoon Mawar and finally somebody going out there and pulling up the roots of one of those big trees that fell down over by the azotea.
Actually, that was us.
You guys did that.
We did it for them.
Well, you did it for them. Right. So, but it probably should have been done like right after the typhoon. I'm just saying that, there was something that everybody could see that needed to get done over a long period of time. And I guess the legislature couldn't do it, so you did.
We did it. And, of course, we also cleaned up the azotea along with Department of Public Works. And there was grass and ferns growing on top of the azotea on the Spanish style. So we were able to get up there with Public Works and pull all the grass out and all the moss. So. Yeah,
we're lucky the place doesn't need more work. We're lucky the place doesn't need more work, and frankly, I wish there were bigger gates that we could lock around there to keep the homeless out from using it all night. There've got to be other places, other venues that they can go, and I think that's among the concerns that we should be thinking about is how do we secure all of these different park facilities. I know your guys.
And with this, if we get this $5 million, that's one of the things we're looking at is how exactly what you're saying. How do we secure the parks at night and our recreational facilities? Not that we don't want people to use it, but it's not a camping ground, for the homeless to bring their whatever they're carrying with them and then sleep overnight, cut our water lines to use for water so they can shower. So these are the kind of things that we are looking at to make sure that, we also, we're also humane, and we want to find them a place where they can go. And we're working with the Homeless Coalition on that because every single day, our park police removes somebody from one of our parks.
Right. Padre Palomo always has somebody there.
Padre Palomo, Angel Santos Park, always have somebody there. Yes.
And the thing is that there are places that they can go. There are facilities that have been designed with the homeless in mind, but they don't want to live there because there's too many rules and regulations. What do you mean I can't drink? I can't smoke? I can't goof off with my homeless chick. I cannot have any of those conjugal moments here. And the answer is no, you can't. There's rules to follow, and they go, well, forget it then. I'm going to go back over to the Plaza de España or hang out over at Palomo Park or wherever until they get moved on, or the side of the street, or as an example, a buddy of mine sent me a picture of these guys that camped out in Tumon across from PIC, right there on the sidewalk.
Yes, and we have to clear that out.
Oh, that was you that did that, huh?
Yes,
sorry. I know where I sent the picture to, and I'm glad that somebody finally responded to it. $5 million, Angel, doesn't actually sound like enough money to get all of that stuff done. You need a whole lot more by way of equipment and standing maintenance on these things, up to and including the lights over at the Paseo.
Yeah, well, and what actually will go a long ways. And one of the provisions of that bill is that it won't expire at the end of the fiscal year. It continues until it's fully expended. So we're going to be able to use all of that money. It's not for personnel. It's just we'll be able to get equipment and get our facilities up and ready for our public use.
Looking forward to seeing what you will be able to do with those dollars. There was another thought in my head for a second about the facilities that you have that can be rented out or otherwise kind of short-term leased out for certain activities. I'm thinking about giving the guys some money to play over at the Rick Nanetti tennis courts, or maybe when we open the Agana swimming pool, what's the fee structure going to be like on that, so that you're able to make enough money so that you can continue to maintain the operations.
And we are also looking at the Rick Nanetti Tennis Center. Maybe you don't know it, but there is no restroom facilities at that facility.
The boys just go into bushes. The boy, never mind. We know the boys and the smart boys know how to miss cynic in the bushes
There's
too.
a lot of ladies that use the facility, so we've got
well, they used to be able to run over. They used to be able to run over to the well, and then I don't know what needs to be said about that. There's a part of me that says if you put restroom facilities there, that will be great. But unless somebody's camped out overnight, it's just another place for the thugs to go and graffiti and destroy, and everybody's going to be peeing on the floor just like they do in other places.
That's just another whole new conversation.
Yeah.
Because, what do we do? Provide the facilities, for the people that use it, or just tell the homeless, there's nothing here for you. You keep on going.
What about? I'm just going to get into all of the different thoughts that pop in my head when you and I finally get a chance to talk. But down the street from where the radio station is, there's that old Chinese park, and I don't know who's responsible in the Chinese community, if that's the deal, who they're supposed to be seeing after the place.
Yeah, actually, that's under our jurisdiction.
Yeah, and
we are actively working with the Chinese community, Albert Wu and what's their name, Genghis Khan.
Yeah. So it needs a lot of work.
Yes, we're maintaining the grass so far, but we're just waiting for them to come up with their plans of what they want to do with it, because they do have plans. They want to keep it. They want to work with us to make sure that it's prime location. I tell you, if there's anything that you want to have your weddings or parties with a beautiful background, that's the place to go.
It's awesome. The view from there out into opens up into Tumon, and maybe a little bit more by way of Zabao Crew to nurse the Tangantangan and the swordgrass on the other side of the fence and to open it up a little bit more. That would be just an incredible spot. My guess is I'm pretty sure that there might be a couple of people that are living in the boondocks right next to the place. I cannot guarantee that, but one of these days I think maybe I'm going to go hiking down the hill in that direction. Well, Joe S. and Augustin did you a favor, put it together. He, Roy, D. Wayne, Tina Rose, Parkinson, Shelton, Jesse Lahana, Chris Duenas are supporting this in a bipartisan manner. So it seems to me that you make enough noise on this, get enough people behind Parks and Rec to support this, you shouldn't have a problem getting that $5 million.
I hope not, and I've asked the good senator to please put it on the calendar for public hearing as soon as he can.
Will you let me know when that's going to be, and I'll back you up with some publicity and see if we can get a whole lot of voices out there supporting Parks and Rec. I mean, it just for all these years, so many mandates and no money to do it.
Yeah, well, certainly appreciate that. And we're one DPR now, and we're moving forward.
I got you. Go, Faison, whoever's in charge of the Old Spanish Bridge, that park there. Can you have somebody go out and pull the Mawar did a number on those up lights that they've got there, and so maybe you can have somebody go out there and take those things out before somebody gets hurt.
Actually, we're just waiting for FEMA obligation on it. It's part of the damages that FEMA has recognized and we've asked for, and we're just waiting for the obligation funds to get going on it.
My God, it's a year already, more.
I know, but FEMA has how many projects all around the island, not just DPR. So, yeah, everybody's trying to pull their hands and say, "Hey, my project."
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We're doing it every week, but we're getting there.
Yeah, but it looks like I know it just looks like hell, and I'm worried that somebody's going to get hurt. I mean, there are a lot of people moving through there over the weekend because of the liberation, and
right. And of course the Serena Park itself has been adopted by Community First. Rick Cruz and his crew, so they're working on it to also beautify it.
Nice. You know what they need to do is and you're old enough to remember, there used to be water underneath the old Spanish Bridge. That's right, Mariana Sales down across the street. And we used to have water down there, and there were fish in there and everything. I mean, somebody was really trying to look after it. Of course, like everything else, the pump went, and then the fish died, and then it was frogs. There were nothing but frogs in there for a long, long time. Angel, it's always fun talking with you. We'll get together again soon.
You too, Chelo. Have a great day.
But not anytime real soon, because you know who's not going to be back in town until Monday afternoon.
I know.
All right. Have a good one, Angel. Angel Sablan is now currently the guy running things over at the Department of Parks and Rec. There's no victory there on a regular basis, and hasn't been for a long time. But I'm glad to see that somebody that knows how things work and how to get things done can. 888-8255. My friend Elwin says, more pickleball courts, please. I'm waiting for somebody to second that emotion. Anybody? Let me.
I hear there's a pickleball mafia, Ray.
The pickleball mafia is a real thing. 9:33 in the morning, and normally we'd take a break, but I'm not going to. I've got for a variety of reasons. Patrick Palomo is in the studio. Buenas noches, is always a pleasure seeing you. Bigger pleasure to hear you.
Buenas, Ramon. He didn't bring his piano?
No, I know it's great to see it. I'm trying to think of the last time we had an excuse to talk on the radio, and you were sick in the hospital in States. And are y'all better now?
I'm way better now. In fact, I just heard from Keck Hospital today. Yeah. They kind of want to interview me about, where I'm at now. And, I want to take this time to just thank you along with Cause Endo, for putting the word out, because I got a lot of healing energy just out of what you guys are doing and support.
So
that's why I'm still here.
I'll just say it right now. Number one, you're welcome. But number two, that healing energy went all the way around. Because it's easy sometimes to be down on Guam. It's easy to think about the hospital, education, drug guys, homeless, all of that stuff, abandoned vehicles. It's easy to get down on Guam. But for those 1 or 2 days, because that's really all it took to hit a couple of big goals with your GoFundMe, for a couple of those days, because there were so many people that wanted to reach out and help you, because you have done so much for Guam yourself. It was hard to be down on Guam, because that was such a great example of, and I don't want to sound like a politician when I say it, but that in my mind was enough at Maulik.
Yes, definitely. So
that was it. That outpouring from everybody in the community for you, and it felt great to be a part of it. It felt great for me to be kind of a conduit for information, so that people could show you how much they love you, how much they appreciate your music, your contribution, the way that you have taken every young entertainer under your wing and allowed them to sing with you. It's another example. It's Big Sister Shelly's online right now.
Oh, my God, Shelly.
Oh, she's on. Yeah, this is the treasure. Never mind the treasurer of Guam. She says Patrick Palomo is the treasure of Guam. Come play piano at the house again. She's inviting you.
I would love to.
So my nephew RD, who is now the great Ray Gibson, and his Raymond David is, he started off like anybody else, is singing in the shower, and he'd hear songs on the radio and he'd sing those, and before too much longer, he'd be in plays and all these other things. And I remember going into, I can't remember where exactly it was, but I remember walking into one of these places where you were playing, and so you're on the keyboard, just doing the thing on the keyboard, and there's this kid singing on a microphone. I said, "Holy smokes, that's my nephew Raymond David."
And you know what? Whenever he comes and checks me out at my gigs, and I ask him to come up and sing, he literally, he really just grabs everybody's attention because of the way he's at vocally. I mean, he's world class.
Oh, he can belt it out.
Yes, very much.
He can belt it out. He knows all this. I'm just so proud of him. But without guys like you that invite him up to spend some time with you, grab a mic, sing a song or two, without somebody like that, there aren't too many opportunities, Well,
that it just proves that our island is really good at developing talent, young talent. And I just saw this 11-year-old kid the other day. We were promoting this laddie by the...
Yes. The music festival, Valley of the Latte.
Valley of the Latte,
that's this weekend, right?
Yeah, he plays ukulele, and he said that his main instrument is drums, and he's only 11. He was singing J.D. Crutch songs. Like,
oh, my God, really?
He's with that contingent of people that came on some kind of discount, and both his parents are young Chamorros from Huntington Beach.
Right.
So there's a bunch that you see walking around the island that are here for
There's
that.
Thousands of them. That was Carl Gutierrez gave me credit for it, but I just came up with the idea. He had to do all of the work, but we were sitting around one night and talking, lamenting really about the fact that sometimes when people leave Guam, the only time they come back is for Fandango or Fanakput, and I said, we got to find a reason to bring people home. I said, well, Liberation is coming up. Maybe we'll do a thing, and so he picks up the phone, calls the airlines, and before you know it, all of a sudden we've got people that would normally be celebrating Liberation like this weekend in San Antonio, but they came back home for Liberation on Guam for the 80th. I just think that's awesome.
That was a great idea.
Well,
but it doesn't surprise me coming from you.
Yeah, but anyway, no. I'm just the idea guy. I'm not the executioner of the ideas. I mean, I leave that to guys like you and Carl that have all of that incredible kind of talent. So tell me about the Latte, the Valley of the Latte, and this.
Well, there's all these artists that are going to be playing local. They have a lineup that starts, I think, at like 9 in the morning, and my group Trade Winds are going to be the last band to play, but it's going on all through till like at least 5:30. So it's really nice, and I'm just really, I couldn't wait to play amongst nature there, because I think the older I got as an artist and as a musician, I learned to tap into everything around me, and just being outdoors and feeling the vibe of everything down there, thinking of how that area is close to where they put all the people during the war, and
right around the corner is Menengue's right there.
So I'm really like onto all of that, especially these younger artists that I'm playing with. They're just so good.
But I'm glad that you're making the connection. It's not the first time that you've done that, though. I recall you had released one of your albums about Petey.
Yes.
And we did that over at the Harbor, not the Harbor of Safe Refuge.
Mariana's Yacht Club.
The Mariana's Yacht Club. You did it there so that the sound of Patrick Palomo and the incredible music kind of reverberated off the cliff of Petey.
Yes, we were facing Sasa Valley, and that's where my mom's family was from.
Hey, that's our family's from around there too. The Underwoods had property there.
So it just, absorbing all of that, it really like put that life into the notes and the music kind of thing.
And so you get to do the same thing over the weekend, and you get to hang out with a bunch of young guys.
Yeah.
Did they ask you stories? Did they go, Uncle Patrick, tell us about the Casuals?
Oh yes, man! I have so much. I mean, it's funny because that was a chapter of my life that really helped me to be where I'm at today. Especially that experience I had with the Casuals, and then that was kind of like my way of going to music school, because I was just actually
really, you think so?
Yes, because I had to learn a lot of stuff on my own, because I was always feeling guilty about not being in school. That I told my parents I'd finally go. They were waiting to send me to Berkeley if I could make it there, but I just told them that I wouldn't give up and trying to learn, and so being in the Casuals, being the music arranger, has really helped me out a lot as far as learning all the different dynamics and stuff. And so that was, you know, kind of like my
Well, you go from
experience of
covering.
music.
You go from covering songs, and
Yes.
then you go to writing your own songs, and it's a completely different universe because somebody's already done the arrangements for you, and now it's Patrick Palomo writing music, and you've got to sort out all of the different ways that the different instruments will interact with each other, and for the lucky few vocalists that you get to work with, how they're going to interact with the music.
Very much so, yes. And you know what? Even when I was in the Casuals, I was already writing tunes and just keeping it to myself until the opportunity comes around where I could present it. But I always believe in my songs. And up till now, all that stuff that I was told, like, hey, your music doesn't really sound Chamorro, it sounds more like jazz and stuff. No, because just like in this documentary that Mighty Island just put out recently, I really spoke about, you know, me, myself inside of me. You know, everything I write about with my music is about the love of my island and on here, and so that's our Chamorro.
Yeah, but how do they define that? How can somebody say, well, your music's not Chamorro enough? Well, does it have to be country western twangy? Does it need to be island Hawaiian style? There's a thing about the energy. There's the passion. There are overtones of the culture that show up in the music.
Yes,
and in the very least, the inspiration.
Yes,
is based on what it is to be a Chamorro. What it is to be a Chamorro young man who had a mother who grew up in Petey.
Oh my God, yes. And so
I'll back you up on that one.
Man, thanks, Ramon. And you know what? I try to encapsulate that in music.
Mm-hmm.
And so far, it looks like it's, you know, even if I have to wait this long. And one thing I love about doing music is that even if I'm way older, I could be the grandpa and papa of a lot of these artists.
You
transcend that and you kind of cross barriers. I'll just give you an example. The other guy that you have working here with you, straight up Jed.
Yeah.
He is awesome, man. I couldn't believe, believe how good I felt doing this collab thing with him and John Dank's show. So it just made me even realize that, you know, it's just going to keep going, and hopefully the art and the music and everything we have with these younger artists, you know, is able to come out and kind of like overcome the other bad things going on in our island with the drug situation and stuff. You know?
I think it has to, Patrick. It's got to. So Jed is, you know, he said when you were coming up, there was no internet. You went to the store and you bought a jingle magazine from the Philippines that had all the songs and all the chords that you needed to be able to play the song. You're right. And then you have to go and check out Deswan to see if they had a new version of it or something like that. The kids now have got the internet and they can collaborate with each other. You know, Jed, I appreciate you acknowledging his incredible talent. And it's not he's performing, he's mixing, he's arrangement, and I want to say he's going to school, I'm using air quotes here, in generating lyrics. He's trying to get to a point where he's doing more writing of songs.
Wow, it's just whatever I did with him. There's a couple of tunes I found, and I just immediately fell in love with it. Yeah. In fact, I was just telling Randy Wan on the other side there that...
Was it Albert?
Yeah, I mean,
Randy.
I'm calling him Randy.
No, it's all right.
No.
Two legends in the same room.
Okay, Albert, yes. So... this song that I did with Jed called Island Girl, it's kind of like a hip hop and it has this rhythmical thing. I remember writing a song of Saudi Amor called Sunrise that has that exact same rhythmical pattern. Not the same chords, but you know, that vibe just set in really quick because I've felt it before and it was something that I had in a song along with the late Sidifuntu Saudi.
I was going to ask. I didn't know that he was part of the writing process. I thought he was a drummer. I think just bang, 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 bang.
He actually gave me a lot of great ideas because he was that type of musician. So I fed off even for arranging with the Casuals. Wow. I got a lot of his ideas. But there's significant tunes that I wrote with Sal. You know, the song Joy I have, a lot of musicians like it. It was at a gig, and he just said, hey, Pat, maybe you can put something to this. And then he starts playing a beat. And then hear this song. My brother was playing bass, who just came out with it, and it was a song.
You know, lamenting now the passage of some of our favorite musicians. We lost Gil Franquez not too long ago. Man, and so there's a zillion Franquez out there, but there's only one family of drummers and musicians, Franquez, and Gil was one of the older boys in that group. And I remember we were doing something at Cable one day, and it was, I don't know, a 20,000 subscriber party, or maybe it was a Warrior of the the month party or something like that, and we were down. I think at Assen, maybe Petey, and the entire family came out, and they brought all of the equipment, all of the sound, front line, back line, and it was a concert put on by him and the family. And I knew that he played.
This is when you were at cable.
Yeah, and I was aware that there were other people that likewise were music. I didn't realize everybody in the family were musicians. And you were talking about Sal, and there's so many other guys that have come and gone. You know, RD is occupying an interesting place in music here on Guam, because guys like you will call him up. But then you remember guys like Joe Cunningham, who would just go up. He'd just kind of, you're playing, I'm playing too, and he'd come up with his little recorder.
He always finds a way
or
to
he'd pick
fit
up,
in.
yeah, or he'd pick up, you know, and so you think about all the guys that have come and gone. Who else do you think about every once in a while? You know, because you're an old man at this now. Who do you remember? Who do you miss gigging with?
Man, you know, it's hard because I played with so many. You know, I really miss playing with the groups that causes help put together over at House of Brutus. Maybe I can't think of anyone that's deceased from there, but you know, a lot of those young musicians are thriving now in what they're doing, and I cannot thank Cause enough for having a place for us to kind of hone all this thing. I had a Friday night there going almost 10 years. He called it the Late Show.
Yeah.
But when he started that concept, he said I could invite anybody and feature them, and then later on, he started coming out with this diva, you know, contest. And you know how Cause mine is, and, you know, and it was just really helped, and it kind of helped bring all this out. And now I just wish he had a place like that again.
Another kind of venue.
Was great for live music.
Well,
yes.
Yeah, I suppose. I don't know. It's like everybody's got to have their credentials and already have to have some place that they can go to, you know. And I'm thinking about, you know, the great success that Jesse Bias had, continues.
Yes.
You know how old he is?
I don't want to say he looks younger than me, but he's older than me at least by a couple of years.
Absolutely tripped me out. The last time I wished him a happy birthday, I said, no way, it's impossible that he's that old. And you're right, he doesn't look like it. He doesn't sound like it. His voice is still, he's got that timbre in there.
Yes.
And he's singing with Ruby?
Yes, he still has that. He's always had a really nice voice, and over the years, he kept making it better, you know. I remember.
I was so upset when Frank DeMello got all the good lyrics in that Casuals album.
I know, hey man. You know what? Because I was arranging that music, I spent many nights staying up trying to figure out how to factor in both voices. And still make it work. And, you know, with a lot of prayers and a lot of hard work, some of those songs came out beautifully.
But Jesse's always been able to harmonize better than anybody else.
Oh, yeah.
And he can harmonize on himself.
Top, you know, he was our top guy, you know. It was nice when Mark came into the picture because Jesse was already singing so much that he needed a break, so that kind of helped in that sense, you know.
Well, you remember he used to have at the Outrigger. Is it the Outrigger? What's the Onward?
Oh,
Jesse had his place there.
A club just named after
Jesse's.
him.
That was a great night and a great companion because you could go like a Friday or a Saturday or a Monday or something like that. Or if you were diehard partier back in the 1980s and 90s, you found yourself over at the Atengan Ren on Sunday night over at Pac Star, the old Pacific Star Hotel. There used to be, I'm sure there still is. One of these days they'll open again. But there was the lounge out in front, and Sunday night was the jazz night. And there's Patrick Palomo. Yeah, that was so good. Oh my God, that was fun. And the crazy thing is sometimes you were like you've got the science down, so you can MIDI stuff. I don't know. I don't understand the theory and the concept behind all of that. And I remember one night, and normally Patrick would have this massive like the big chord keyboard or something like that. And then one day he didn't, and it came in, and it was one of these tiny things that only had about 64 keys on it. But that was what you used to play that night. And it was like, and you weren't even bothered by it. I was like, yeah, okay. Like
well, all of that was really augmenting the piano that was there, and that was always the basis. But I remember using all these other keyboards because we were playing stuff that needed that synth sound.
Yeah. Well, and then you had that little guy, Kenny Washington. You still stay in touch?
We stay in touch. In fact, when I was out there for my health issue, I went to visit him when I got better in the Bay Area. And at that time, he was nominated as Jazz Vocalist of the Year for the Grammys.
I'll be darned. I did not know that.
See, and the other guy that won it is more well-known than him, but Kenny's a much better musician.
Kenny was a great singer.
He was still awesome.
Yeah. I mean,
so
he
we're
could
still
just belt
very
it out.
close. You know, he's trying to find an opportunity to come back to Guam and bring his son. He has a son by the name of Miles.
Cause I'm just saying, you know, I was talking to somebody in the liquor game, and they were looking for you know, kind of an opportunity to do a high end kind of promotion, and I said, you know, I don't think anybody's doing any jazzy stuff around here, so it might be fun to do something along those lines. Brought to you Johnny Walker, something like that, Johnny Walker Blue, right? The special Guam,
yes, Johnny Walker
the engraved bottle will have all of the name of the great jazz, all of the great jazz greats, all the great showmen like Alan Sect.
Man, Ramon, I look at you, it's hard to believe that you can go back that far. All I remember is my initial thought of you when I was at the Casuals and we had an interview over at Cable. Is that I go, man, this guy is very quick in thinking. I remember saying, God, I wish I could think as fast.
Oh my God, I wish I could think as fast as I did back then. that would be awesome.
You're still very sharp, Ramon.
I've got another memory that goes back even further. When you guys first did the Casuals tour in 81, 82 or something like that, you came and visited me at KUAM. I was doing in the very beginning, the early days of 94 in Ordot, the old studio in San Teleforo out in Ordot, and I did an interview there. And it's funny you bring up Sal's name because everybody in the Casuals was there except Sal. And I might even have that on tape somewhere. That would be fun to dig out. 9:52 in the morning. Hey, you know, you came by here. I know you got some work to do for a politician.
Oh, that's done already.
You've already finished with that. And thanks for sharing your thoughts on the big music festival in the Valley of the
Thanks for inviting me.
Well, I'm sitting out there. What are you doing here?
So if anyone didn't hear yet, because they've been plugging it, it's this Saturday, the 27th at the Valley of the Laddie.
Pay whatever they charge to get in there because it's a once-in-a-lifetime. These don't happen all that often, and they don't happen there. And you know what? You got to get in there. You want to see an absolute legend. Patrick Palomo is going to be there with some up-and-coming legends. Ray Gibson Show continues. I'm going to grab some selfies and be right back.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's homeless coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
Get ready for a healthy dose of community fun. Join us at GRMC's 9th Anniversary Health Fair, July 27th from 10 a.m. to 3 at Micronesia Mall's Center Court. Meet GRMC's specialty providers and their teams. Get your free vitals and enter to win great raffle prizes, including the grand prize, a round trip from Guam to Manila, economy class tickets on Philippine Airlines, courtesy of Goodwin Travel. Mark your calendars and join us on July 27th for a day of wellness and giveaways at GRMC's 9th Anniversary Health Fair. See you there.
Looking for a way to unwind after a long day? The Hilton Tree Bar has Budweiser Happy Hour every day from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Enjoy 50% off on all Bud family beers, wines by the glass, and single mixed drinks. Half off on your favorites like Budweiser, Michelob Ultra, Grey Goose, and so much more. The Budweiser Happy Hour at the Hilton Tree Bar, the perfect place to relax and enjoy the best view of Tumon Bay. And don't forget, every Thursday is Latin Night with DJ Kent. Feel the rhythm and dance the night away with the hottest Latin beats and the coldest Bud family beers. See you at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa.
Wow. It's weird. It's got a WhatsApp on the meme machine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Says the title of the group is Boss. And it says, you're now an admin. Then I checked on it because I wanted.
You've been promoted.
Yeah, but I wanted to see who was in it.
Kick everybody out now, Ray.
And I don't know who this person is, and they're not in our contacts or anything like that. And I'm just wondering, is there some kind of weird, unusual, kind of hacky thing? Is this going to be my version of a crowd strike?
Start sending prayer.
Right.
Prayer chains, right?
Yes, there is that. That used to be. Is it the what is it called? The statute of limitations might be out on it. Yeah. So there's. I'm not going to say who in my family, but somebody in my family. And if you ever wronged her. She would, this is back in the olden days, she would take the little subscription things that came out of all of those like religious magazines and stuff, and put your name down there with your address and a phone number and mail that thing out. Yeah. Congratulations.
It's a copy of the Watchtower.
You're on the mailing list now there, buddy. Congratulations to you. I don't know. There is always those incredible ways to get back at each other. Not that we need that. Maybe tomorrow I'll need that because tonight. And in fact, in just a few minutes, I'm actually going to be cutting my day short. Is the debate between Ginger Cruz and former Congressman Mike Sinicolas? It's going down, bro. It's going to be going down. It's not a forum. This is a debate. The questions, hopefully, when they put them together, are designed to provide for a degree, not necessarily of conflict, but as much as it will be designed, hopefully, to draw out the differences between these two. And it's going to be tough. I mean, they're both very, very intelligent people, I believe. You can disagree all you want, and I think that they both have a lot of love and affection for Guam. Again, you can agree or disagree if you want, but they cannot be going down a whole lot of the same road, even though they are running, quote, under the Democratic flag, roughly around near the same similar age groups and things like that. Even though they have a lot in common, there has to be something there that differentiates them. What I don't want to happen is for people to go into the voting booth, either early voting over at the Westin or on Liberation Day, Election Day, and then flipping a coin between the two of them. I think there needs to be some issues that differentiate one from the other. I think there needs to be topics. I think there needs to be platform goals that will differentiate them one from the other. And I don't know. I think it'll be interesting for me to hear them. I don't line up with all of the way they see everything. I've had my share of opportunities to disagree over many years with Congressman Mike Sinicolas, going back to when he was Senator Mike Sinicolas. And likewise, I've known Ginger for a long time as well. We worked together for many years over at Guam Cable TV, and I think I get a sense of the person who she is. And there were all kinds of rooms, opportunities for disagreement back in those days, in the way that we decided or talked about how this story got covered or that story got covered. If you're the reporter, you get to make those decisions. If you're the guy that's playing the newscast on the radio, sometimes you're left with the ramifications of those decisions. So I've already got kind of a base from which I can make a decision. I'm just lucky I don't have to make a decision. You know why, Real Joe?
Why?
I'm a Republican. I don't need to vote on the Democratic side of the ballot.
Oh, that's right.
I can just kick back with my buddy Jimmy Boy from Washington, D.C., my old bowling buddy, and sit back and, we'll drink our Johnnies. I'll drink my beer. He can have a Johnny and smoke our cigars.
So you're not going to vote, man?
What's that?
You're not going to vote?
Do you think I should vote on the Democrat side just for fun?
Yeah, just to make sure he gets a good...
You want me to write
challenge?
You want me to vote on the Democrat side, right in Tom Fisher, don't you?
I do. Not for Congress.
That might almost be worth it. That might almost be worth it to go and just write it in.
Everybody there.
Take a picture of it, hold the ballot up in front of me, and say, "Yeah, this is how I voted, guys." Yes. God, lead me not into temptation. I can find it myself. It's 10 o'clock in the morning, radio station KUSG. I got you. 93.3 is the point. Peak is best, 3 years running. Back with you tomorrow morning. No frowny face Friday. For Real Joe and Donna D and Jerry, here comes the Fox News and the point.
This is a Fox News alert. President Biden is about to tell the nation about his decision not to seek re-election. Fox's Jared Halpern has more from Washington.
The decision